and then stealth is 5 months. But yet I have a first badge, and yet Mandy's been so for 12 months. So I know it's been more than 5 months. It's probably a 5-month streak.
Actually, what is it? Next Monday is my 1 year affiliate, technically.
Yeah, so it should be a year for you as well. This streak is 5 months.
Wow, bitch is already going into an ad.
Saw that too.
Yeah,
What's happening?
I get to see it on 4 of y'all's channels because sword.
And then Mandy, you've been subbed to me for 21 months. That's too long. I'm sorry about that. Okay, yeah. There it goes. All right, for Salty, 29 months. For Stealth,
Kids making.
oh, only 7? Really? What?
Go double check.
But didn't you know? No.
I mean, he has us to deal with. How many kids is that? He has
Too many.
2,
Counting us?
3, 4, 5.
Yeah, counting us, too many.
7. Oh no.
They should have had a vasectomy fucking years ago. I mean, what?
Not wrong.
He's the one that decided to fucking DM. He knew what he was getting into.
I have no sympathy for him. None. You know what? Nope.
Oh,
Okay.
the Discord overlay?
Yeah.
No,
That one.
no,
yeah.
no. Yeah, so if you go to links, there's that stream kit overlay that Burn posted.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you click on that, you put in whatever settings you want, and it will give you a link. So if I go live, it should have, and it does have everybody there. Oh, I need to hide that picture actually. But yes, it has everybody on the right hand side there. And it'll tell you who's talking. But you just add it as a source into OBS. Yeah. How am I going to sit here and try to give you instructions and then you fucking mute yourself in Discord? Like, the fuck?
I was saying hi to Stocky. I didn't want to interrupt you. I was being nice. Also, a source?
To me?
Yeah, I was being nice to you.
What?
Weird.
Who are you? What have you done to Mandy?
What's up, everybody?
Am I doing
What's
it
up,
as
babe?
a
Why, hello.
media source?
So you do it as a link or whatever. So if you go to add a source, there's a browser one.
Aha.
And then it'll come up, post a link, and then you put it where you want it to go. And so forth.
The gang's all here.
Yeah.
Apparently, did it not?
Oh.
No, it did. It left the words the broken glacier in the fucking.
What up,
God
Stocky?
bless it.
Whoa. Nope, that was not correct.
You're talking about Stocky. Yeah, I know.
Hmm?
Talking to Rage.
Oh. Fair enough.
Oh no, I wasn't done with that comment. There was a second line.
Oh shit, my bad. This isn't Burn.
Good God, now Trip. That was so loud.
What? What's happening?
Now Trip's yelling at Jesus in my ear.
And Rage said that you were a sexy ass.
Sexy ass dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know I am. Thank you. I know. It's good to have
You're welcome.
compliments.
He's
Yeah.
like, I know
You're
I
welcome.
am, but what are you?
Me? I'm some fat ass fuck who doesn't belong here.
Okay. Oh no.
Where was the joke?
I mean,
There we go. That's much more accurate.
I was gonna say I just started your stream up, so. But you don't have your webcam on. God damn it!
No, I don't.
Damn.
I should put it up there though.
Damn
I
boy.
was about to say, I have mine up for once.
Mine
Yeah,
was
I saw
up,
that.
but it's up in intermission, but it wasn't up in live stream.
Salty's been subscribed for 3 months. Thanks, Salty.
Oh my god.
Do you guys? You know what's funny is that means that one, we have known each other for 3-ish months. Secondly, this is y'all's 3rd month in Etheria.
We've known each other for like
Longer than that because you
at
came in.
least 4 months, homie.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
said 3-ish, because it was before that. But yeah, so it's
Oh,
you guys
your
have also
ish is
spent 3
fucking
months.
stupid.
Why?
No, your ish is.
Your ish is stupid.
Oh, the necroplast, huh? The hunters.
That's called the
the
necropolis.
sword.
That's how that word is pronounced, is
Yeah, I know.
necropolis.
The
The
wasn't even
necroplast.
paying attention. Are we still? No, we're not still there.
Salty has a Twitch baby with Stealthy.
What? Wow.
Oh, 9 months.
Oh. God.
And I would like you to know that I only said that because the
Because
two
of
of
what
you
I
didn't
said.
want to say it.
So, Bird's not gonna be here tonight, unfortunately.
Again?
Us.
He's
Yeah.
doing double
Again?
date night?
I don't know what he's doing. I didn't ask. I don't care.
He's fucking
Uh,
balls deep right now. I know what he's doing.
Jesus.
No, absolutely
really
not.
well.
No.
I would
No,
like
no,
to
no, 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 no,
preface.
no, 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 no,
I would
no,
like
no,
to
no, no,
preface
no,
this
no.
stream with that it is a mature 18+ stream. Thank you, Salty, for reminding the audience.
Yep.
Oh.
They should have to click a thing before they come in anyways, so fuck them.
Yeah, true.
Very true. Why the fuck are my lights working? They're just blue. What the hell?
So,
Fucking hate technical difficulties.
where we left you guys off last session was that you guys were in the Vale, working on going to a cave that was essentially beckoning you to come inside and help alleviate whatever is trying to take the dungeon heart. As you push inward, you fought a number of monsters. Nosh nearly got y'all exploded by a conjurer mage, which was really cool. And then you found a gelatinous cube that nearly killed Kavral by proxy by bouncing a rock at his head. You power bombed Nosh through a treasure chest into a portable hole, which that was really funny.
That
And
was
then
hilarious.
Finrod
Should've
found a passageway that led you guys to a four-armed troll that was the gym rat, who was asking for protein and creatine and was about to kill and eat Nosh. Because Nosh kept trying to persuade him to be like, yeah, I'd be a good gym buddy. I was like, you're just showing him that he needs to kill you so he can sustain his massive bulking. Smart move, X-Lax. Anyway, you then finally got to the heart of the problem, pun intended, where you found a red mage and a shield sentinel guarding the dungeon heart.
Did we find a red mage? I don't
Yeah.
remember him that much.
Yeah, they were there for...
I mean, he left red.
Yeah, he became even more red because the way the counter was supposed to go out is the shield sentinel was supposed to choke you guys off in that room, basically stop you from advancing. But because Kavral, in his just massive hangers, charged it first, gave range to the opening to go around and blow him into smithereens with a 50 cal. So, after that whole situation concluded, with the red mage defeated, the dungeon heart released the spirit that was trapped inside of it, which told you that its name was Bill, and it was a watcher, and that he basically asked you, how does it feel to take a moment to change a world? As the room around you started to reform and turn from a very square dungeon-esque chamber that was built as a sarcophagus chamber into more of an atrium, a large domed room with large columns with the world stone in the center. He then brought you up into the air on a platform that you couldn't see but you could stand on as you watched the events of the finale of Beyond the Veil unfold in front of your eyes, including the separation of the Chosen, the name given to the heroes that put themselves in between the general populace and the prophets. You saw their fates as some of them disappeared, but one was plucked by Bill and a spectral figure that followed him. Bill then thanked you for what you've done, is that you did not need to, it just happened to be happenstance that you were the ones that found the crystal and were brought forth and were strong enough to free him from the prison that was being made, and that you gave him his moment to change the world. And he told you that with everything that you've done, that it's only fair to send you home. And with a clap of his hands, you all found yourselves in front of the house you went into in Delta's Anchor. At that point, the bracelet that you've used to create doorways between you and Silverthorn Keep and McCrag threw itself off of Mandy's wrist and opened to a very frustrated Thurlby, who was panicked, sweating and flushed, as the first question he asks you is, where have you been and what did you do? As he brought you back to McCrag, back to the Silverthorn Keep, where you saw there was a number of refugees in the castle, people that didn't look like the individuals that you've dealt with. Like, their clothing was different, the way they held themselves were different. You saw that some of them had the same type of armor and weapons and coloring of the soldiers you met in New Haven after you stepped through the World Stone. It was just a very odd precedent, and as he brought you up to one of the battlements to look over the western horizon, he showed you that a beacon of light has now begun firing into the sky to the west. The next thing he shows you is books that, as he opens them and shows you, the passages change in front of you in real time. The letters shifting to create new sentences and passages and records that weren't there before. He talks about a report that was written and archived that talked about a group of heroes that went into the Keeper's Tomb north of New Haven. That it was the only record of any kind of movement through that city, and it had your descriptions listed pretty accurately by the soldiers that were on post. And that you went into the cave, a beam of energy shot out of it, and then you didn't come out. And thoroughly looked at you and goes, how did your descriptions wind up in a book that was supposedly written 13 years ago? And that's when you realized that you weren't brought to a different place. You were brought to a different time. Because as he continues, he begins to give you more information of that. Etheria, for the longest time, believed them to be one of the larger and only populated continents, that there was some kind of cataclysm that took out the rest of them. That no matter what they do to send ships out, they never find anything. But now all of a sudden they're getting ships, commerce, letters, communications from this place that has deemed itself called the Vale. Refugees are pouring into Northam, Saints Welcome, and Macragge. And that Saints Welcome is not destroyed. Not that it was rebuilt, but it was never destroyed in the first place. Almost as if that event was completely stricken from the world. And so between him telling you that the Vale never existed to Etheria until now, that this beacon and these boats are what bringing this information to them, the fact that the textbooks are changing, that history itself is shifting because of a single action of a group of adventurers in the wrong place at the right time. And as that all unfolds, you begin to realize the impact of what you had, and that it was somewhere in the past, and that you changed the line of time for another group of adventurers, for another country, another region, to give them a fighting chance. The textbooks begin telling you about what has happened in Etheria as the words continue to change, records that would have been placed in if the events had never, or had continued to unfold in normal time. But the last thing you saw before the scene went to black was that, much to what you saw with High Charity in the Vale, as this city seemed to appear in the middle of the ocean and rise to the heavens, where the spire exploded, where the lightning consumed, where the chosen were taken from this world, or so the gods thought. You now see the same thing happening in the center of the body of water within Etheria itself. You see this fog that always seemed to exist, that always seemed to wrap itself around the islands and the waters of the center of water body, where the ships could pass through it relative ease, but they knew to stay away from it because you never knew what was inside of it. And the last thing you want to do is to beach your boat. Because no one's going to be able to come find you. And as you're all standing on the battlement, being shown this evidence, you start to see the fog thin. The fog is replaced by brutalistic structures, sharp edges and blackened stone, metal glistening as rivets and beams come to light. And as the fog fully begins to dissipate, you find yourself staring at what can only be called an acropolis, a city of the dead, or what was coined to be the city of the Mad King when the original heroes sealed him away 300 years ago. No one has a true answer of whether it was here all this time, or if it just seemed to come back due to your actions. But the veil that was covering it, whatever methods of it, what it was, seemed to have weakened enough that it has dissipated completely. And now the necropolis is in full view. And Thurlby simply looks at you and says, if you are going to fight the Mad King, that is where you would do it. And that's where we find ourselves now. As you all stand on the battlement, staring at this large city that has appeared on the central island. You've seen the refugees. You see the carriages moving through the countryside. The roads seem busier than what they used to, and the cities seem better for it. You don't know the full extent of your actions, but all you know is that you're now here, and you know that you have a current job to do. You're reminded of the bounties that are currently in play. The bounty for the sword that Faust has been able to track down, the third artifact that is somewhere in the Setlands. You have the mercenaries that are hunting Nosh in the city, or reports of such, that you may need to confront or find out why. And then, of course, the Goliaths that came to Macragge many weeks ago, looking for aid and to pass a message along to one of their kin, have still the ability to bring you to the Deathlands to settle a conflict that has brought destruction down on one of the clans that exists. Other than that, you're not sure of what else is there to do, as over the past few weeks you have completed a lot. You escorted a merchant, you fought some demons, you rode on an airship, the first of its kind, you fought dragons, you drove one of those dragons into the ground, stopping the siege on Broken Earth. You found the door to nothingness in Delta's Anchor, and found yourself in a new world and changed history for the better. And now you find yourself back at Macragge, wondering what to do next. And so you move down the battlements into an area where you can sit and converse over what your next move should be. And you find yourself in the mess hall. Again, the common conversations overlapping as refugees and civilians are extending their services to what they may, as Greg and Thurlby continue their duties for those that come through. Along with Eris, who, being someone of high intellect and understanding basic medical needs, has taken advantage of setting herself up in essentially a cleric station and helping those of the minorly and majorly wounded to a makeshift infirmary that she has established in the center of the keep. And that's where you find yourselves now.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. I wasn't sure. The way you fucking ended it sounded like there was gonna be more.
Wait, there's more. Flex Seal. Flex Seal version 3. Look at all this damage. Slap. No, it is...
Stricken, never mind. I completely misread what you fucking said, Mandy.
Bruh, stricken is such a weird word.
Yeah. That's why I said what I said in your chat. I thought you were saying, why is it stricken?
No.
I shall stricken Mandy from the record. She's inadmissible in court.
Huh?
Apparently she's submissive tonight.
Oof.
Tonight?
Oh.
No, I'm just pointing out what fucking Logan
Fuck
said
you,
earlier.
Logan
salty! Fuck you!
Causing the chaos. Alright, so you guys find yourself at a mess table, some basic grub in front of you made by some of the dwarven chefs in the building.
Is
Well,
it pizza?
It can be.
Perfect. Let
since
me just...
this one is a Nosh mission,
Yes.
probably shouldn't do that.
It'd be advisable, yes.
No, we should do that one, is what you're saying.
I mean, you technically wouldn't be able to, because you kind of need him here. So, I mean, unless one of you
Need
wants
is
to
a
try and
strong
disguise yourself
word.
as Nosh, but you're not gonna understand what the fuck is happening. So
I can disguise
Man,
myself
shapeshift.
as Notch.
Wait, what?
you want Manny to shapeshift into Nosh so you guys can start a quest that requires Nosh.
Sure, why not?
What? No, I don't want to be Nosh.
Just cover
Sounds like a
yourself in
fucking
cheese.
plan.
We can
Yeah,
just
cover
cover
yourself in
ourselves
cheese.
in cheese.
It's the perfect disguise.
Yeah. They'll be like, oh, Nosh Seaboard, I know you.
The cheese boy, yes.
Oh, the pood.
Cheese boy. Oh no.
The poodle has arrived.
The poodle?
Yeah, he was
Huh?
walking behind you.
Alright, guys. Here you go. Here's a poodle.
Um,
There's a poodle.
I mean, I don't know.
What are you doing?
Like, I'm down to either do, like, the Deathlands or, like, try and go after the artifact.
Oh.
Like, try and go after
We can do Deathlands. You wanna do yours? Let's do yours.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Oh, it's another Tovar episode. God.
Hello? Balls?
Balls?
Balls.
To be fair, I said boobs on somebody's. I think it was Rexus.
Yes.
Balls?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I just said anal on everyone's. It was great. I just
Almost
we
said
killed
talked about it.
Got me unalive myself there. I had to like stop and change my word. Like stop and change my word.
Rage, I do hope you know that's dangerously close to shitting on everybody.
You think I wasn't shitting on everybody? Why just not make me climb on your shoulders on this fucking episode too, okay?
That wouldn't work this time. My character's not almost 8 feet tall.
Hey.
No, it
at
would
least-
definitely work.
It'd
Is
probably be easier because you'd have to less to step up on.
right, it wouldn't be climbing, it's just one giant step for eagle kind.
Right. So,
I don't.
Why am I
on the
like
board
this?
currently is that out of character, you can't do the hunters until Nosh is here, and it is ill-advised to go to the necropolis until you have all 4 artifacts.
Yes.
What did Salty say it was?
Yes?
What'd you say it was? No, you said it was something else. Instead
I
of
don't
Necropolis, you said something else. I don't remember what you said. I wanted to make fun of it, but I fucking failed.
You missed it. You missed the funny haha.
Yes.
Opportunity's gone.
I was hoping somebody would fucking remember, but apparently we're all fucking forgetful.
I can't even fucking
We are.
remember what the fuck I said.
Yeah.
You said necropos, but that's besides the point.
Hey, there you go. Someone else
There we
heard
go.
it. Congratulations.
But yeah, so you basically have the Deathlands or the sword. Unless you want to look to see if there's any other bounties you could pick up.
Did you miss when all of us kind of agreed to go to the Deathlands?
I'm just saying the words.
I mean,
So
I didn't
everything-
agree. I don't know who
Words
all
are
of
just
this is.
coming out of his mouth hole.
I'm doing my job. If you all agree to go to Deathlands, then we can go
Oh.
to Deathlands.
So his suckhole is
Do
producing
it.
words?
Yeah, exactly.
What's up, Alex? He's like, God damn it, TPK. Everybody.
That's it. Immediate smoten.
No.
Yeah, the
And this-
minute
It's Moten.
we just
And this is where we end our session.
Yeah, we step outside of the fucking keep and then just a giant lightning bolt just kills everybody.
Just
You know-
immediate smote.
Weird how many times that's happened to me.
If I had a nickel for every time I was smoten, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
Scoosh?
God damn it, you keep quoting fucking LOA and it's fucking great.
That's from fucking Caddyshack. It's
Well,
not
Well,
from
yes,
LOA.
but they did it. No, they did it in LOA, and I just watched it recently. Fucking, it was damn it, who ended up quoting him? I know it's from Caddyshack, but like I just saw the LOA one, which is why it fucking made me think of it. I can't remember which one it was that did it though.
Hello, LOA, what?
Burn knows who I'm talking about.
Because the original quote is, it's built off the Caddyshack one, but it's from a different show entirely. And I'm trying to get this thing to actually do the thing I want, and it's being kind of a turd.
There's still a ring of fire out there.
Yeah, secret ring of fire.
Well, it just means Johnny Cash is watching over us.
Hello, Slaughter. I see. Okay.
Right. Get this. Export. Export the thing. Thank you. Jeez. Mappage. Add image.
Yes,
From
Salty, can I help you?
The fucking look on your face. He's
Can
just
I
like,
help you? The problem is that I see it, it pops up, and it still gets me.
This is fucking loud.
It really is.
Remember there was one day I think I had your stream up on in my car, and I did that one to you, and it was like, holy fuck, this is loud.
Oh, in the car? Yeah, I bet it was.
Thanks, Alex, for the balls. Alright, so, at this point in time, you all decide to go to the Deathlands. You go to the infirmary, where one of the Goliaths is still in recovery, the other two are in relatively good health. As you enter the infirmary, you see Eris is helping some of the other local clerics take care of them. And the two Goliaths stand in turn, and look to Tovar. And just simply state, "Well, brother, kin, are you ready to go back to the Deathlands?"
Time we go and see what's happening.
We will warn you, it is not the greatest of situations, but we do need your help for it. It will be a treacherous journey to the dark gulf that connects this land to the Deathlands, but it should be a easy trip for the likes of you, as we've seen that you can handle yourselves in a fight.
Goddamn Durgers and their dark golf. We invented golf first.
Not golf, small one. Gulf, as in a body of water that extends across the land.
With you, now.
Oh, my mistake.
It is one that happens often between our two languages. It is understandable. No offense has been taken. Now, if you're ready to go forth, you are going to want to, I would imagine, stop by your quartermaster and gather supplies for the winter, as we are going far north. And I believe
For the
that
winter?
we and Tovar will be somewhat accustomed to the temperature. I don't believe the rest of you will be.
Yeah, it's
Guess
pretty
that means-
fucking cold up there.
Guess that means BFG should stay back, huh?
It would possibly be a smart idea to leave any animals or companions you have here that cannot withstand Arctic temperatures.
Checks out.
I mean, he's a gator. He's cold-blooded, dude. You can't bring him up there.
I can give him a little jacket.
What jacket do you have that's gonna fit a 15-foot
An
gator?
alligator
Not
down
enough
jacket.
Google in the world to fucking make a jacket for him.
Not enough Google in the world. That's a
Hey,
full
Ned.
on.
You don't know it, but in his off time,
Does that
Tovar's
mean
been learning how to knit.
Does that mean that the standard, like, stuffing of jackets is Boogle down stuffing?
I don't like that.
No, that was more of the fact that the Boogle right on his back. So
No, that's fair.
Yeah. Boogle jacket.
They
It's
do.
like a mink coat,
Ready,
but
ready,
they're
ready,
still
ready,
alive
ready.
and they can jump off whenever they want.
Yeah, it's a self-heating coat.
It's a stealth coat. Stealth. It's a stealth self-heating coat. It's new military technology.
Yeah. The
So-
Boogles help him blend.
The Boogles help them blend. Except they're not even
With
Arctic weasels.
Built-in
They're
tactical,
forest
like,
weasels.
capabilities.
They're not even the right color. They're not even
Tactical.
Arctic.
Tactical weasels.
No.
Yeah.
Tactical weasels.
So, the Goliaths basically tell you that if you have any
Arr!
companions, what? I see the BFG carrying Boogles. It's very adorbs.
Somebody raided her. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. Very good, very good. But yeah, he basically tells you that if you have any companions or animals that can't withstand Arctic temperatures, it'd be best to leave them behind. And my son is saying no again. So
Yeah, your son even wants the BFG to stay behind.
Sounds like his son wants a BFG to be able to go.
no.
I say no, no, no.
Yeah, to them having to stay.
Don't you start. Don't you use him against me. So, the Boogles and BFG will more than likely have to stay behind. But you will be able to get winter supplies from Greg for no cost on his part, because he wants to make sure that you come back in one piece.
Thank you, Salty.
Hmm.
Are you expecting me to come back in one piece, if the Boogle are still here?
You'll be fine.
Okay.
At least
You
the
might go
Boogle will
unconscious.
have a buddy. He'll have BFG to keep an eye on them.
I mean, fair.
Plus everyone else at the keep.
We don't trust everybody else.
Then why are they at our keep?
I don't know. Somebody let them in. Mandy and I didn't. They were there.
That blasted artificer.
Artificer?
The artificer.
The artificer.
He's a fisherman who knows the art of fishing.
Fisherman who knows art, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Some would call him a masturbator.
I hate you. I knew that joke was coming. So you guys go and speak to Greg, and in a quick turn of conversation, he gives you the gear that you would need. Basically, thick winter coats, gloves, boots, essentially just good insulation for those of you that aren't used to these kinds of temperatures. And you find that it doesn't really encumber you. It will make it harder to do combat in the open, unless you find something of magical usage that can replace it. So for the most part, you'll be warm and you won't die in the ice, but combat will definitely be an issue, at least for the first few times in fighting in it. So, once you have your gear, you go back and tell the Goliaths that you are ready to go. And you basically get in the carriage and you go north. I think I should just stay here. No, Mandy. There's not a I want to stay here option. That's not how this works.
Well, see, I was thinking about that. Is that maybe I should stay behind because birds fly south for the winter.
Good thing that it's summertime.
Yeah.
Anything to not
Well,
go north.
No,
We're going north for the winter.
Even the child won't let us stay here. Oh no.
We're being evicted by Burns' child. Oh God.
The code DM has spoken. So,
Okay.
you guys, sounds like the gremlin over some opinions. Yeah, Orc has some opinions, as I've been trying to get him to sleep for the past hour and a half, to the point of playing his show on my drawing tablet, and I think it's ended again, and now he's just saying no instead of going to sleep, which is just wonderful for me. It's just 10 out of 10 on my end.
He's tapping into his barbarian powers.
Yeah, he already
learned-
has.
Melatonin.
He already has the melatonin in him, which is making me very agitated because he already has the dosage required, and the show
Barbarian
and the
fury will not be
blankets.
quelled.
Yes, he's already taking after me, and it's very annoying. Shut up.
I was about to say, is this a ND brain thing going on?
Yeah. So
Melatonin.
yeah, essentially we gave it to him, and he's still kicking. I don't know when it's gonna kick in. I hope it's soon. He
Give
also
him a bunch of
slept
caffeine,
late.
he'll go to sleep.
He also slept really late today. But regardless, so you guys get in the carriage and they ride north through Blair Shore and through some of the smaller linchpin towns, leading you towards ruins that border the a small harbor that you can essentially take a small boat to the Deathlands that the Goliaths used to get here. You see that horses and everything are stationed on the boat, as once you get to the Dark Gulf, that it's going to be riding into the town to meet the people that you need to meet and start getting things in play of who you need to meet and talk to and what the situation is. Eyeball. Ugh. So, you ride and you take the boat to the Dark Gulf. It is a few days' journey across the ocean, going farther north as the ocean turns to ice in certain parts. The ice crunching against the side of the boat as they are pushed aside. As you continue going further and further into the Gulf, as you seem to aim for a castle of sorts on the western ridge. And eventually you find yourself docking along a river inside of this large settlement that goes by the name of Starbridge. Salty, or Tovar, would recognize the flags that hang from the walls of the battlements. They have the same sigil that he has on his own person, or that he remembers, as they are part of what has become known as the Wolffang clan. Not the biggest clan you'll see in the Deathlands, but one that is still relatively large and well known. You land here, and the gates open, and you are welcomed by a number of other larger Goliaths. All of the same stature, tattoo style, skin complexion as such as Tovar. Most of them do not have beards, unfortunately, as beards are hard to grow as a Goliath. Tovar, though, still sports his magnificent beard given to him by his belt. So he's got that going for him, which is nice. It is the eye of the prize as he arrives. It is bragging rights for him against his kin in the clan. As you dock and you go to enter through the doors, you can see that the wind is whipping across the landscape with ferocity, as snow is shrieking through the hillsides and across the trees and the mountaintops. As this is commonplace, but you can tell the temperature is dropping quickly and continues to drop as the sun is beginning to set. You're welcome into the keep, and the doors close behind you with a solid thunk. As the doors are closed, they are then barred. Sentries return to their posts along the walls. As you can see, inside is just a large and thoroughly built village of Goliaths. You see tents built out of hide of monsters they have killed to form small bunks. You can see that there are barracks and residential pieces built into the castle walls, and that children, women and their mothers, and other individuals that have different jobs such as tending to the horses, blacksmithing, doing fetching and weapons cleaning and maintenance, building maintenance and cleaning, are all just mingling around on their normal lives. Some of the warriors that you can tell that have the same tattoos as Tovar has seem to be standing around fires, cooking large chunks of meat, legs of larger animals, whether it's chicken or otherwise, and just talking about their fights and what they've done, their scars and their bodies prominent. Tovar, you begin to pull a lot of eyes as you enter. As you enter in this place with a party of individuals that would not be known to see the inside of Starbridge. As most clan homes are kept a pretty significant secret from those that are not Goliaths, unless they're considered allies. And so as you enter, not only is your appearance something that is daunting and is catching the attention of others, as the items you've collected over your travels and the reputation you've gained beseats you, but also makes you stick out. Your large great axe of specific color and split iron definitely draws attention, as it is by far the most well-crafted weapon among the bunch, minus that of possibly held by the Jarl or his wolf guard. And you continue walking as the Goliaths that summoned you walk you towards the castle itself, as one would imagine possibly to meet with the Jarl or anyone else that wishes to speak with you about the situation at hand. The doors open as the wind whips across it, and you are shuffled inside. Inside, you feel that the air is warmer. Not much warmer than the outside, but enough that those of you who would not be comfortable would feel better here than outside. The halls are lined with tapestries, strewn with the images and art depictions of battles won, lost, and recorded by the clan of Wolfang. You see pictures of warriors standing atop great beasts. You see depictions of battles that took weeks to finish. You see pictures of the coronation of new Jarls, the rise and fall of heroes and legends in the clan. You see mythos strewn upon the walls as well, stories that are told that are believed to be true based off legends of years past. You see that rooms branch in every direction, leading down different corridors towards different areas, whether it's to the basements for storage, to the upper levels for beds, common areas, and such, as well as to other hallways that lead to kitchens, training rooms, armories, or just simple war rooms and conference rooms for those to come in and sit and discuss plans of how well the clan is doing and what to do next. You are simply walked down the hall in a straight line fashion towards the larger doors you see in front of you. The doors seem to be built out of old permafrosted wood, the wood almost looking petrified. Metal outlines the outside of it with rivets holding it tightly. Metal gilding runs through its veins, depicting descriptions and ideas upon the wood itself. Oh, it's the Dr. Fisher biscuits! She depicted no cursing. Thank you, Zarya. Big appreciate. As you continue moving towards the doors, you find yourself in front of 3 very large Goliaths. Their tattoos seemed similar to Tovar's, but different. The designs seem to be more intricate and elaborate, almost if they've been added on. Where things have been added to the pigments that allow them to look forth and do things. Where they seem to be of a higher rank. Their armor has different rankings on it, in the sense of different skins and sigils that have been drawn into the leather and the bone they carry. The runes around their neck that are carved from bone all seem to depict age, service, rank, and years. And you can determine, or at least Tovar, you can let your party know that these are Wolfguard. They are the elites of your clan, and carry the name and sigil of the clan in its totality.
Yeah, so you guys don't really want to fuck with these guys. They're some of the the best warriors of the clan.
You see that they are kitted out to match that idea. You see that some of them have tower shields they carry on their back. Shields that are almost double the height of Kavral, that they simply carry without sweat or hesitation. Their spears taller than they are. Their great axes seem to be able to cleave through stone itself. They are armed well and mean to guard the Jarl with everything that they have. They stand to the side, unlocking the door through large sliding mechanisms attached to gears within the walls. With a solid clunk, the doors begin to swing open. And inside, you see a rather humble yet exquisitely decorated throne room, or one that you would call a throne room. It's unlike anything else you've seen, as most of you have not had experience with Goliath culture. You saw a little bit of it when you went to Jarl's throne down back in Etheria, where the Fang soldiers were being trained by essentially the old edicts of raiders and Vikings, and had that same cultural impact. These Goliaths seem to be following the same suit. The throne room is not simply a where you would meet your individuals or to meet people who wish to speak with you. It has large tables lining a large fire pit that goes down the center of the room, with spits that line it down for feasts. You see flagons of what would assume to be mead set up upon the tables, with glasses, mugs, drinking horns, and cloths for cleaning up the messes left behind by those that wish to partake, all along the tables in intricate fashion. But it is all made of stone. There is no gold, there is no silver, there is no precious metals to be found here. Even the throne that you see the Jarl sitting upon is not as gilded as some of the thrones you've seen. Again, it is very simple, crafted of petrified wood and stone to be sturdy and last through the ages, as a symbol of the commander of the clan for however long they sit upon it. As you continue moving closer, you see that the individual that sits upon the throne, that what you can assume is the Jarl of the Wolffang clan. You thought the Wolfguard and Tovar were large. This individual is massive, standing somewhere close to 8 feet, coming in at essentially 375, if not more. He looks like he could bench press an elephant for fun for a morning workout. He seems to be built almost like a fridge with legs, almost that he would look in place if he was placed in the Gears of War universe. This man is built like an absolute unit. The weapons of his choosing lay in racks to his left and to his right. Smaller thrones sit to his left and right, as well, as you would imagine for either his guard or for his second or his fair maiden, his wife, or however you wish to understand it in the common tongue. But he sees you enter, and he is also the only other Goliath you've seen that has a magnificent beard. His beard, though, unlike being that of a darker hair color like Tovar's, is definitely silvered out, almost turning to a pale white like the snow. He stands, the tattoos on his body, matching the same design as Tovar's, almost identically. Some of the designs being extended upon runes and depictions of battles or phrases written down along his arms and chest. Most of his skin is covered, but the base design looks very similar, telling you that he most likely was a warrior once and rose to where he is now. But a smile comes across his face as you all enter, dropping your hoods as he sees Tovar. The Jarl stands and walks down across the room to meet you in the center, and you see him reach out his arm to Tovar, his left one to be specific, to grasp him, as he has not seen him in many years. Tovar, how do you respond?
I would reach out with the same arm to go ahead and greet him as well. Kind of do like kind of like that fucking scene from The Predator. You know what I'm talking
Like
about?
with Jesse Ventura?
Yeah. No, not Jesse Ventura.
Oh,
Arnold and
Arnold and yes, it's the
What's his
the
name?
big hand clasp. Yeah, I know the scene you're talking about. This is
Yeah.
more of a Warriors class. You're not doing an 80s action movie. But yeah, you accept the
Yeah.
grasp, and you see that his hand envelops your forearm. And you're well built as a Goliath, and this guy just dwarfs you. It's terrifying for the rest of the party. You know him well, as you've served under him for many years before you went on your adventure to find promises of riches or experience as a warrior. And you see before you Jarl Wolfang. A crown of teeth sits upon his head. His leathers and hides tanned and covered in extraordinary decorations as you come closer to see it in its full visage. And the smile still cracked across his face as he looks down at Tovar and just goes, "It's been too long, Tovar. I hear that you have a new name with the small ones."
Oh,
Hey, was that a short joke? I'll fight you.
Apologies, I am not used to having others in my court, as the only
Nope.
ones that have been in attendance have been Goliaths or otherwise. I mean no offense, Druid Mandy.
don't mind her. She's always feisty.
As I've heard, as most of us in the clan keep of Starbridge have heard of your reputations, and of your new title. And you see him kind of smirk a little bit as he gives himself a chuckle. He goes, "I understand you've joined the band of heroes of Etheria. That's very good. The stories we've heard, the tales have been quite woven well, but we've added them to the tapestries to keep a record of one of our best. But did you really have to be called Etheria's ass?
Listen, it's what the people wanted.
But Tovar,
The people want
my
your ass?
son, why?
Apparently.
Why did you let them get..." He waves his hand and goes, "Never mind. The small ones have always been confusing to me. They speak in wild words and questionable motives."
No. I think you should talk about it. I think you should discuss it.
As much as I would wish to understand the implications of the new title one of our sons has taken, I would rather speak to you of the situation we have currently to deal with. And please, sit at the table. We have plenty of meat and food for you to partake in. I understand it's been quite a journey.
Yeah. Sorry, I got fucking distracted. But yeah, we'll join and sit at the table, you know, and partake in the mead drinking.
He sits down at the head of the table as you all find seats along the side of it, as he fills a large drinking horn from one of the flagons, raises it, and you hear him simply say, "Skull," and drink it. And once he is done drinking of his horn, he looks to you and goes, "I wish bringing you back was at better circumstances, and that It was under better pretenses as well.
What the fuck, Mandy?
I just saw that too.
Make your dad uncomfortable. It's fine.
It's like the car salesman just slap that ass. Look at this ass. This ass goes everywhere.
That's terrible, and I hate it.
You fit
Thanks.
5 men in this ass.
Oh my god.
That's the worst.
You're welcome.
So,
Kind of like swat Mandy's hand and be like, so what's going on? What, does somebody have a goat?
yes, that is our new goat, Oric. He tends to screech when it's close to bedtime.
He sounded like a goat.
Well, that's because goats sound like kids screaming sometimes.
Hence why they're called kids. Is it
You
is
know,
unfortunate
100%.
naming nomenclature.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Past that point, I wish to explain to you the situation we find ourselves and why I summoned you here.
Right, so sorry. We're listening.
As I imagine the scouts told you, is that we were recently attacked by a group of raiders that we did not anticipate an attack coming from. However, as you're aware, and that I will explain to the rest of the group, we've had a pact of peace, of self-sustainment between us and the frost giants that live in this land. We try our best to sustain ourselves off bountiful living, off the hunt, taking down the creatures we need to survive, fighting the dragons and owl bears and such that allow us to sustain the clan along an area that is as treacherous and harsh as where we live. But unfortunately, as of late, we have been hit by multiple groups of frost giant raiders. Only one of them was able to breach the gate and make their way in, and thankfully the Wolfgar were able to push them back out, but they're getting smarter with every assault. And so that's why we bring you here. We need you to try and help us find a way to either stop the assaults or to establish some kind of communication with the new Jarl of the Frost Giants, if there is one. We had an agreement with the old one, and we haven't heard from him since. We imagine that he was either usurped or he has perished, and that is why we are now being attacked. I will leave it up to your discretion how you solve this problem in hand, but I do believe it will not be an easy task for you to complete, as this land is not one to be forgiving to those that are not accustomed to its treacheries.
Did you keep the one alive, or was he killed?
We were able to simply force them into a retreat. We were not able to slay the frost giants, as we were not anticipating an assault from them. Our weapons, though good, are not good enough to defeat something that even dwarfs our greatest warriors. It was a surprise attack on multiple fronts. We were able to wound them, but not enough to kill them, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, but didn't he say that one made it into the gate?
A group of them did and were pushed out by the wolf guard.
Oh, okay. I must have misheard.
You're good. So we need you to find where the new Jarl is. The new commander, the leader, the king, whatever title he wishes to bestow himself. And speak to him on behalf of Clan Wolfang, as well as the other clans that live along the coast. As we believe that we have maybe been the more fortunate ones, as we may not have been attacked as hard as some of the larger settlements in this area. But that is what I ask of you now, is I do not care of how you solve it. If you are able to establish a truce, then that will at least bring us some kind of stabilization in this land for the foreseeable future. If you're able to eliminate the threat entirely, then that will also help us, but it will be significantly more difficult. Unfortunately, I do not have any more information to give you at this time, as I also do not know of the situation beyond our gates, as we've been keeping everything very close by to make sure that we can maintain our defense. So what say you, Tovar and the heroes of Etheria? Will you help an old man on his quest to save what he has left?
I mean, what do you guys think? I'm
mean,
gonna
sure.
help.
Sure, if he milks that
Okay.
goat first.
Pretty sure milking a goat isn't gonna fucking make it be quiet.
I mean, yeah. Might as well.
Fucking Mandy. God damn it.
I came with to
surprised
help
you
out, so
Like, honestly, I'm surprised we didn't have to stop you from fucking flirting with him.
Oh, I thought about it.
She did think about it. So I'll
Yeah.
let you guys mull it over and think of a plan, as he will basically tell you where the last contact was with the Frost Giants, and that it was essentially in the Dragon Woodland. And that to be careful of the creatures that live there, and that if there is a staging point or a small camp there, that you need to use them to find the larger one. And then we're also going to take a quick break for some bio if anyone needs it. And then I'm also going to go find out why my son is still not sleeping.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
That's fair.
Wow, everybody left.
I'm still here.
run.
Savage.
Run away. I will be back in but a moment.
Oh,
Leave y'all
oh,
with some
oh,
sweet
wait.
tunes.
I can do a
Oh.
thing on Salty's channel.
Oh, okay.
Indeed.
Oh, that.
Yeah. Just the moment he was talking about possibly having a prisoner, and I heard the kid in the background just be like,
Child.
I was like,
Yeah.
maybe having a prisoner, hey?
Feel.
I don't know, the kiddo does need to get some sleep, so he needs to go make sure, but it was funny.
The poor grumpy child.
I was totally like saying he should go give the kid a bottle. That's why I said milk the goat.
Yep.
Well, any idea what we might want to do, gentlemen?
Well, I mean, we're gonna go.
Kind of Salty's filler episode, so out of
Yeah.
character.
Hey, Rexus,
Yes.
were you watching him when he was killing all of the druids?
Yep.
Did you cringe?
Yeah.
So did I.
Yeah. Like, I didn't want to spoil anything for him, but I was like, come on, please go explore, find the note so that you don't. He was like, no, I'm gonna kill her, and then everybody else walked outside to go slaughter the civilians, and I was like, oh no.
Talking about Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Thanks for the fucking spoilers, assholes. Fucking Christ. Haven't even started playing it yet.
Wow.
Already spoiled. No, I don't want to play it.
Rough.
Bunch of douchebags, man. Why am I friends with you people?
I mean, why wouldn't you be friends with us? As Venus has so eloquently said, I'm very cute.
Oh, would you like me to list off reasons?
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome back. We were talking about you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
all bad things, I'm sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Pretty
I don't
much.
even know who you are.
Thank you, Venus.
Mandy, look at my camera real quick.
And the puppy getting the cuddles. You know what the
I
puppy
have to
also
do
gets?
things.
A
Snack 'em?
fucking treat.
Oh my god. Gonna be that dog.
Puppy's treated better than you are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good thing.
Yeah, good boy gets a treat. Heck yeah.
Sarah says that she'll love on you anytime, Mandy.
Oh my.
Yes. It's cute. That was sexy. Who was that?
It wasn't that great. could have been way better.
Bogey. You're such a sweetie. Thank you for gifting a sub to Venus.
Fuck.
Bogey's being a sweetheart.
Hey, Logan.
You know, after being a perv when he first came in.
Logie Bear, a perv? What? No
What?
way.
He would never.
He's a good man of Christian faith. He would never be a perv.
Yeah, a good man of Christian faith who is sucked into Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the moment.
I mean, I've heard it's a good game.
As it keeps popping up.
Yeah, I keep
playing.
Yeah.
Yes.
That it
I
keeps
love-
fucking popping up.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
He just wants us to make sure that we know.
It's
that
like,
he has that
everybody, look at this game. It's awesome.
And he is being a turd.
Hey, Logan.
Sounds like what was happening to me the other day when we were trying to play Insurgency.
Oh, how you kept getting booted for
Oh.
Hacked.
hacks? Yeah,
Wait, what?
yeah, he was getting booted for hacking.
What the fuck?
You
No,
almost
it's
said
the- It's the anti-cheat.
Oh. Oh.
No,
okay, the
he was
anti-cheat
hacking,
just-
and he still sucks that bad.
I would like you to know that you almost said he was getting booty.
I did almost say that. Thanks for noticing it, okay?
It made
That
me
was
booty in
so
the lobby
happy.
just couldn't handle it.
That was 30 minutes before stream.
Oh
Same.
Like an hour for me.
yeah.
No, that's the real reason why I was running late.
It wasn't that you were letting the dog out. No, no, no.
Oh, he let the
I
dog
don't
out.
let
you
the
were
dog
just
out
shifting you're just shifting the blame over to
Mhm.
to Bird because he's not here. You're like, oh yeah, I know what he's doing. Ha ha.
How do you
To
think
be
he knew?
fair- To be fair, I thought Rexus was gonna be late tonight.
I'm pretty sure Rexus said he was going to be late tonight and then showed up before
Yeah.
you.
I thought I was
So-
gonna be late, and then I managed to make it on time.
So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Rexus is gonna be a little bit late. I'll show up a little bit late. It'll be fine. And then fucking I open up Discord and I see everybody in there. I'm like, fuck?
Whoops.
What the hell, Rexus?
Rip.
I mean, they were already in there. I just like got in like 5 minutes before 6 p.m. and I was like, oh shit, they're in there. I'm here on time.
Yes, but you know who was here first?
You like
No.
fucking
Stealth
It was
as
not me.
always.
burn?
Yeah, it was Stealth.
Stealth's
yeah.
always here first.
That was like 5:30.
Yeah, stealth always pop. Well, not always, but he usually pops in like half an
I was like, oh my god, Stealth, what the hell? And then
Just
he was
ready to go.
So, Rage.
Ready to go. That
fucking-
motherfucker was passing
This
out.
is really high. Hold
What's up?
on. So, because the way the app works now, I'm not sure it's going to come up okay. So that's what I'm working on currently. I wound up doing the black line traces for it. I gotta see. They wound up updating my sketch pad, so I gotta figure out how I get it to export again, because of course that's a whole thing.
Looks pretty good. Look even better when it's fucking, backlit on glass.
Or when it's like finally colored.
It would look even better if it was not getting shown on a camera and posted in the Discord.
Yeah, almost when I get there, I'll get there, turd.
You mean like it's already posted in the Discord?
Yeah, the original sketch is posted in there, not the newest one.
Yeah, that's true. But still.
Work to be done, work to be done. So, the Jarl basically Jarl basically tells you where to go, what to look for, and what he's aiming for. Is that right now, if the Frost Giant situation does not get sorted to some extent or another,
damage.
he's not sure if the clans will continue to survive, as the Frost Giants have them outnumbered and outgunned just due to their native strength. So he's waiting for any ideas from you all before you set out into the Dragon Woodland.
So we don't have like an exact position, right? Just that they're in the Dragon Woodland.
He knows that one of their scouting camps is there because that's where they've been getting hit from. And that
Do we
he
know-
would- What?
Do we know where their actual like?
He has a
Settlement is?
generalized location in the Dragon Woodland for the scouting camp. The original settlement, he's not sure if it's there anymore, because Frost Giants tend to be very nomadic, and if the old king is dead or has been removed, then they probably move their settlement.
Well, we can start with where they were.
He
That's
does
what I
have
was
that
thinking.
information of where the old settlement was, is that it was a part of the far northwestern region here that was just off the Dragon Woodland, as basically the two settlements here, the two clans and the Frost Giants shared the hunting grounds. But now there's a scouting camp here in the woodland that is attacking Starbridge and Skymoor, and the original settlement's up here in the wastes.
Has he talking? Has he talked? Wow, talking.
Talking.
Has
So
he
proud.
talked? I want to ask him if he's talked to the Skymoor clan.
He
Like
has.
the clan Skymoor. I don't
Yeah.
know what their actual clan name is, but
He has talked to Skymoor, the settlement itself, with the clan that resides in there. From what it sounds like, they've been getting hit just as hard by multiple scouting groups. Since they are a larger settlement, they've been getting hit more aggressively. They did have a full breach where they did lose some of their warriors, so they're not having a great time. They're able to hold their own because of being a larger settlement, but they're not sure again of how long it will be if the full force of the Frost Giants come down on them.
The only thing that I could think of is we could check the original settlement. We can also see if Skymore is able to like join forces with us.
He says it would be likely that Skymore would be able to help you. He's not sure how well. Because the reason why they're not really able to send a lot of people with you out to the Dragon Woodland is due to the fact that if they get attacked again, they're not sure how big of a force it's going to be. And so right now, both settlements are on the defensive because they don't know where they're getting hit from or where the full force is. Basically, your actions here will help determine where the full force is coming from and how they can proceed going forward.
Yeah, so it might be good to check the original settlement and then see like if we can find any clues or anything like that as to what happened.
I think that would be a good idea. Although
Yep.
we also need to be careful because they may have left traps there.
He does warn you that there have been strange noises in the Dragon Woodland in the recent weeks. They're not
What?
sure of what the sounds are. The reports have been scattered and different. People say that they hear the roars of a dragon, which is not unheard of in these lands. But they've also been feeling the ground shifting and shaking. So they're not sure if they are hunting dragons for parts to make new weapons or if something else is amiss.
It's a pudgy dragon.
Beware of any frost worms you may come upon. Worms, W-Y-R-M-S, not worms as in earthworms.
Oh, lovely. All right.
Well,
Yeah, so
Seems like we're off to the original settlement then now.
let's go.
So, looking at the map that they gave you, very rudimentary one, drift distances, you can tell that from Starbridge, it will take you longer to get to the original settlement location than it will be the scouting camp because they have roads established going through the woods. So you know that any kind of land-based movement will be easier. But any movement that'd be going north, you'd be going through difficult mountainous terrain. So unless someone here has the ability to help the party move through certain difficult terrains, it's going to be treacherous and difficult.
And difficult?
And difficult.
No. I just have wolf. I can track.
You'll need that, but you know you need to get there first before you can track things.
Yeah, difficult terrain stuff. I don't have a way.
I don't believe I do either.
I do not.
What are your favorite terrains there, Rage?
I was looking for it, but I can't find it.
You silly man. I'll find it.
Rip.
Done lost it.
Swamp and forest.
Yes. Alright, so you know your way around the swamp and the forest, so you'll be good when you get to the woodlands, but to get to the settlement, you'll be also out of your comfort zone, so to speak. Alright.
Alright.
So, looking at that, and kind of going over your skills and materials that you will have at your disposal, you know that it will be a few days trek, or a couple days at least, to get to the original settlement, having to go through the snowfields and the mountain range itself.
Although I do have Natural Explorer, which does say difficult terrain. It doesn't slow your group's travel.
Well, there you go. That solves the problem. So
Well, there. Yeah.
yeah, so with Rage leading the way, you guys won't be slowed. He'll be able to find you the easier paths. So it'll only take you 18 hours to get to the original settlement location.
Also, while tracking other creatures, we learn their exact number, their sizes, and how long ago they passed through the area.
Yes. Alright, so you guys have all of your gear because nothing has really changed. So at that point, I believe you guys are ready to go unless anyone else has anything they would like to add or think about before you dip and start heading towards the old settlement.
Don't think so.
Yeah, not that I can think of.
I'm good.
Alright. So, in that essence,
Alrighty.
you guys gather your stuff. They do have some basic horses for you guys to take, which to Tovar looks like an average horse. To you guys looks like large draft horses. Like these are some 16 plus hand
Goodbye.
horses. Like they're some big chungai.
My bad. It does say while traveling for an hour or more in my chosen terrain, then difficult terrain doesn't slow the group travel.
Rip. So it's going to
So
take
that
you
would be
36
horse
hours. Yeah. It's going to take you a bit
Oh,
to
well.
get there. But
Great. Love it.
gives more opportunities for things to happen. It's fine.
Oh boy.
Okay then.
I didn't have
Let's
this
go.
up. There we go. I got that.
So I guess with that being said, if we wanted to go in the woodland first, that might be better.
Would it be better to know what happened before interacting with the people attacking? So, like, investigating the original settlement?
Well, I guess that kind of leads to questioning because you said there were roads leading into the woodland, right? Like, I'm guessing that's
Yeah,
what this.
there is
yeah.
a pathway that leads to, essentially goes to the woodland.
So with my ability, if we were to go through the woodland and go to the original settlement that way, would that be?
It would
faster?
still
Well,
it would
we
still
would-
take you time.
Not only
Right.
that, but then we would run into the scouting camp. Possibly.
Probably.
I mean, yes, but somebody has passed without trace.
And even with plus 10 to our stealth rolls, somebody here still has disadvantage on them.
2 people.
Oh, fair.
Because I get disadvantage because of the scale mail.
Oh shit, fair.
Mm.
So
But with Wolf, I can move stealthily while traveling in a normal pace, but
yeah, so to give you an idea of times, a direct route from Starbridge to the original settlement will take anywhere from 24 to 36 hours, as it's terrain that, though Tovar is accustomed to, he is not the best explorer. That's why their Sherpas, rangers, and guides would be the ones to do the scouting events. If you take the road to the woodland, and then try to follow the woodland up, it may shorten your time and make it a consistent. I would say it would probably make it closer to a 20-hour trek, as you'd cut down a significant portion of time by traveling on the road itself. But as Tovar brought up, that if you do that, you're going to increase your chances significantly of running into the giants you're trying to track to start with.
Question.
Answer.
Because I am missing 2 spells. Could Manny also teach me Pass Without Trace? And I have 3 out of 5 now. And then that'll give us a plus 22 stealth rolls? Yeah?
Does
It
it
doesn't
stack like
stack.
that?
I don't.
No.
Yeah, I
It
was
doesn't
about to
stack?
say I don't
Okay.
think it stacks.
It was just that if you had a larger group of yours spread out, you could hit multiple people at once with it.
Or if you already split up the party to kind of like move around.
You're so needy. I've lost it.
I mean, I'm fine with going to the original settlement, like doing the direct route and then investigating there. You know, if anybody has any other ideas, I know like going through the woods, it, you know, could cut off some time, but it also runs a risk. So that's just one of those things.
The entire time.
It's just decide on how you guys want to do it, and you guys can do it. I'm simply here to tell the story.
It's what? A shorter. It doesn't seem like it's that much shorter going through the woods.
Yeah, it's
So you're
possibly
looking at
either
24 to 36, depending on difficulties from Starbridge to the settlement, or you're looking at 20 to 24 going from Starbridge to the woodlands and then through the range, because you'd be able to move very quickly through the woodlands as well as along the road.
Mm-hmm.
But you're doing more distance because you're going out east and then up around the far peak and then back in.
Yeah, so
Pass Without Trace also only lasts for 1 hour.
So that'd be a lot of spell slots.
or if we start to notice and try and sneak by them, then we could do that technically. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We can go straight.
I mean, I'm okay with trying the over mountain route.
So the direct path.
Yeah, the direct path.
Like, it was a good idea for like going through the woodlands to cut time. I just don't know if that like
No.
be...
Yeah, it was just a discussion. That's all. It was
Yeah.
just weighing
Fair.
our options at this point.
It is good to consider, but also with the limitations of Pass Without a Trace and the fact that I'm going to be constantly rolling disadvantage on any, or well, they're going to be rolling with like advantage on any perception against me, basically, I guess.
Yeah, but if it's
And
stacked,
we don't know when they're watching.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I mean, the direct path may be the
safer one for us.
safer one.
Yeah.
Yep.
So direct it is.
That's my vote.
I'm down for direct.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah. I agree with like what seems to be the safer route.
Can I still learn spells though? The 2 spells that I don't have?
Yeah. Yeah, you can pick 2 spells to add to your book and then make sure you have them prepared.
Well, I just want to make sure that I could do that while in the campaign.
It's because since you're a ranger, you're not necessarily learning. You just know you have the ability to prepare those spells now. Like you're strong
Got
enough
it.
to use them.
Hmm.
Because you're not like where it's a wizard where you're like, oh, I need to actually
Read a
find
book.
this or read a book. It's with a ranger. It's like, oh, I have this manual on how to be a good ranger, but I can't access these spells until I know I'm strong enough to use them.
Got it.
Because otherwise, shit gonna go bad. Probably.
Basically. Roll
Oh, and
magic
we did have a
instability.
long rest from last one to this one,
Yes,
right? From
yeah,
last.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I still had a 2nd level spell slot. Taken.
And then everybody did level their character up to 7, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
Very good.
So
That's
yeah,
right, I have a new aura.
yeah, we'll go the direct route, Burn.
Alrighty.
Another question. Sorry. The 3 spells that I have that are on the 1st level, when they're on the 2nd level, it still says 1st right next to it. Where it says
Basically,
cast.
what it tells you is
Bye.
that's its origin.
Okay, so it still counts as a 2nd level
Yeah.
slot.
So basically,
Okay.
if you
Yeah.
see a little blue thing, it basically tells you that it's a 1st level. You're casting as a whatever.
Got it. Cool. Sorry, I just noticed that.
Oh.
So, you decide to take the direct route. So that will take you about 24 36 hours. And so we'll basically be looking at difficult terrain leading up through the mountain range. So for the first 18 or so hours, you guys travel. And you essentially make camp just inside the mountain range. You know that it would only take you probably another 12 to get across the large plains and then get into the range to the original settlement. But you're exhausted. So, you guys break camp and get yourself set up to hold tight for a minute. What do you do to prepare for your camp?
I don't know. I got distracted by Mandy pretending that a toy was her and just yeeting it across the room.
That would be because the dog brought me his fish. And I wanted you to see the offering he brought me.
Is it a Swedish fish? Because it's
It's not-
giant.
It's just a fish.
Just a fish.
Okay.
So, what do you
Sweet.
guys do to prepare your camp?
fair enough.
Definitely
fire?
start a fire.
I've got axes, so I'd be able to go chop firewood.
Yep. So,
I have axes, right?
I fucking hope. Otherwise, you have the big guy who also has an axe.
I was
Big
gonna say
guy
I
has
have a
axe?
really
Hold
big
on.
axe.
Never mind that. That's up to you, I guess. I thought I had axes, but I guess I must have thrown them at some point, not picked them up.
I think I have 2 hand axes as well. So yeah, I have
Alright,
2
roll
hand
me-
axes and a great axe if you
So,
want.
Tuver,
yeah, if you wanna lend me a
roll
hand
me
axe,
a
I can.
strength just to see, make sure you don't screw up getting firewood.
Like
Give
a
me
normal
athletics.
strength check?
Yeah, just give me a regular athletics check.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I didn't
work on
fuck up.
me, Mandy. Only during the
28.
spoopy times. Alright?
Uh-huh.
So, Francis, if you want the 2 hand axes, you can have the 2 hand axes. So it's just normal hand axe.
Oh, okay. You mean like have them?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
So
I get
you,
disadvantage if I use other weapons.
so
Okay. fair enough.
you go and collect a good amount of firewood to bring back to the camp, and you don't notice anything out of the ordinary when you do it, or you don't hear anything. What else is anyone doing to prep the camp while Tovar is doing firewood patrol?
Well, I have a tinderbox, so I could,
You just start it.
start the fire. I also have fire arrows too, so either or.
Yeah. All right. What else is anyone doing? Spells, preparations.
Oh.
I'm just. I want to say I'm on watch.
Oh, hold on.
See if like anything ends up coming up to us while everyone's doing all that stuff.
All right. Finrod, roll me perception for you staying there, being the meerkat.
You're a meerkat now?
16.
That's fucked at the 7.
He's being the watch meerkat.
I can't reach it if you put it down there, dummy.
Yes, you can. Don't lie to him.
I
Don't do
can't.
it.
Well, I can, but I have to like reach down and grab it, and that's a lot of work for a fish.
Alright. Rexus, you added 2 hand axes to your inventory, right?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I'm deleting 2 from mine then.
All right. So, Finrod, you stand watch as you see Tovar come back with arms full of the firewood, and you don't see anything out of the ordinary. Tovar, you drop the firewood off. Rage simply starts it, and you guys now have a fire in your bedrolls.
And I'd just be standing watch, I guess, because I wasn't helping with chopping wood after all.
Are you guys going to be camping out in the open? Or are you going to put up tents or make any kind of shelter?
Bivouac!
A bivouac. Very good.
A
You're gonna
what?
you're gonna bivouac
A
it up.
bivouac.
Do you have shovels?
No.
No.
Give me the fish.
Tovar
I have my
didn't
old
pack his
great
e-tool.
axe.
You're not using your great axe as a shovel.
It's the old great axe. I
That's
can't
the
use it to
old one?
attack anymore. Yeah,
You know
I
what?
still
Sure.
have it.
Give me athletics at disadvantage.
What?
It's a great axe. It is not a fucking shovel.
God damn it.
I've got my old shield. If we strap the shield to the axe, would it make a shovel? No.
For fuck's sakes. 11.
You're able to dig one bivouac for yourself before you realize this is a really stupid plan.
We could use the old shield. The old shield would make a pretty decent shovel.
Kavral, give me
Probably.
an intelligence check to try and attach it to the great axe.
All right.
Oh, I was
got dwarven
I was
engineering.
just talking about fucking taking the
Well,
shield and just like scraping it. Kind of like, you know how kids do with frisbees at the beach?
Oh yeah. It's he
Yeah.
mentioned trying to attach it to the great axe. So I want to see if he figures it out. Otherwise, he will just.
Oh my
scoop it.
god, if he does.
Freaking dice rolled off the table. I just found it. Okay.
I'm
God
gonna send
damn
you a
it.
dice
Yikes.
tray. I swear to God.
Just use a Tupperware bowl.
I don't have a Tupperware bowl.
Use
Oh,
a bowl that's not currently
I
being
don't-
used by something else.
Or pan.
Yeah, I guess.
Has a
You
skillet
just hear.
on his desk.
Yeah.
I mean,
Don't worry about this, guys. This is my D&D skillet.
I shouldn't be talking shit. I've done that before.
So, I have a bowl now. I will roll.
There you go. Intel check. Do it.
Ooh, that's a 4.
Can I try and do an intelligence
No,
check?
no. It was Coverall's idea. So Coverall, you can't figure out how to strap this old
It
shield
sounded
to
like
the
a
great
really
axe.
good idea.
It's
It did, but
I just rolled an 18.
you know what? All right, fine. Give me high low. Call it in the air.
I don't know when you're flipping, so hi.
There you go. All right. So yeah. So between the two of you, Kavral sits there scratching his head as he's looking at the shield, trying to figure out how to fix the strappings. You just yank the shield from him. You break the blade off the great axe, shove the stick in the strappings, and tighten it down, and now you have the shovel of Giant's Bane. All it is the shovel with a fancy name.
Is that an actual D&D item? I
No.
fucking hope it is.
No.
No,
Just-
but you have to make a custom item
Yeah,
now called
what
the
I'm
Shovel of
doing
Giant's
now.
Bane.
Shovel.
I would like to find the axe that I sent you earlier.
And if we ever draw art of it, the shield has to have the dent in it.
Yes. It has to have
While they're
the
doing
dent
this,
in it.
is there any trees or anything around that I can go sleep in?
Mandy, you're not getting the whip chain, the mace, the max, the mace axe with the flail axe. No, that's not happening. Negative. That's how you lose an arm.
Alright, so I just added
Then it'd
it.
be perfect for Tovar. He's already lost one.
Oh, Sag.
But true.
Oh my god, that was
Everybody
mean. I'm
is
sorry.
just- Oh.
The
So
whole
am I
party.
am I
I was over
removing
here
the great
laughing.
axe?
Yes, you removing the
Okay.
great axe and you've replaced it with the shovel of Giant's Bane, which
Yeah,
will
I
now
added
allow you to dig the bivouacs for the rest of the party efficiently, as it has a significantly broader head than a standard shovel.
Worth it.
That's funny.
Fucking so stupid.
Yes.
It's
I
so
wish that
stupid
was
I'm
an
drawing
actual-
it right now.
I wish it was like an actual fucking thing.
I just remembered, deleted the old shield from my inventory. There we go.
Okay. So yeah, it you know, do some bivouacs.
Some bivouacking. Some whacking of bivouacs.
Yep.
Yeah, so you
The
do it.
whacking of bivos.
Yeah. So after a few bits, you definitely get some nice bivouacs going. And so now you all have not only shelter, but also a fire and some bedrolls going. And Finrod, you still don't notice anything while you are standing watch.
Are there any high places I can go sleep in?
There's some trees, but they're closer to the woodland. You could probably find a spot on the side of the mountain you're sitting on, like a nice hilltop. But you'll have to get your own firewood and start your own fire there as well, since it is not hospitable right now, especially to Aarakocras.
Mm.
Hmm.
I'll sleep in the fucking hole.
So you sleep in the hole, and everyone else, you have a nice, restful 8 hours, or so you think. And you do. You do have a restful 8 hours. So you wake up with the sun as it crests. You find yourself with an extinguished fire rising out of your snowy bivouacs, ready to continue moving into the mountain ranges. What do you do as you rise? Anything in particular? Bueller?
I would like to fly up and take a look around.
Alright. So, Rage, you fly up, and you're taking a look-see with them eyes of yours. Give me a perception check with advantage because you're using your special eyeball.
I forgot he had a special eyeball.
21.
21, you say. Very good. Oh, why did this flip my canvas? What the shit? Anyway, so with the 21, you're able to see that the bivouac was relatively undisturbed. You had some snowfall kind of happen weird. There were definitely some rocks that have moved. But for the most part, you see something peculiar. About 50, 60 meters from your bivouac, where you extinguished the fire before you went to sleep, you made sure that it was covered. You see large footprints in a large circular pattern, about 60 meters out from the center of your camp.
Large footprints in a circular pattern.
Yeah, so basically around the camp, 60 meters out, is just a circle of very large footprints that do lead back off to the woodland.
Okay. So then I'll glide back down and let everyone else know. Yes, so there's something very big that came pretty close to us last night. I see a bunch of footprints about 60 meters away from us that lead back into the woodland. They just kind of made a circle and then went back. So I don't know if they scouted us or what. But yeah, that's
Mildly concerning.
a little bit, yeah.
What
Motherfuckers.
size is big?
Larger than
I don't know,
the
DM.
footprints.
That.
Okay.
You said bigger than my footprints?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, you know what they say about men with big feet? Big
Yeah,
footprints.
It's cold. That rule doesn't apply here.
It does if you're used to it.
If they've got big footprints, they obviously have
you
big
being used
feet.
to
What's
it
wrong with
pushes
you?
back against physiology.
You
but,
just need a nice fire in a cave and it comes back.
But yeah, so you saw big old footy prints all the way around the camp.
Motherfuckers. Try to get a free show.
Well,
Well, they're just not looking for dinner as well.
they did not bother us, so mayhaps we continue onwards.
I kind of want to know what it is.
Give me a nature check there, Rage.
Nature check. Cool.
Nature check.
An 8. I don't know shit.
I mean, you can tell that it's definitely a large humanoidous creature by the way it's walking, but you can assume, based on where you are, that it was most likely frost giants.
Goddamn cold giants.
Is it a monstrosity by any chance? Because I get advantage on intelligence checks if it's monstrosity.
No, it's just a giant.
Okay. Yeah, I just know giant language. I don't know. I don't get that.
Well,
Not a Yeti.
Yo, I was fucking making sure.
No, I'm just saying to Mandy because she typed it in my fucking chat.
Oh, I didn't see that.
She
I
said,
mean-
"Is it a Yeti?"
I'm glad
He's
somebody
getting all
else got
defensive.
it.
I was making sure. Oh,
Well, a Yeti would be about
That's funny.
like Tovar's size.
I mean, you never know, it could be the hospitable snowman.
Sorry. What, Dozer?
Hospitable Yeti.
All that matters is the creature larger than a loaf of bread, and what is it in scale compared to a banana? Yeah, that's fair. That's how the internet does things for some reason.
Banana for scale.
Okay then. Well, they didn't attack us, so maybe we continue on? Mayhaps?
Mayhaps.
Continue on and keep an
Keep
eye out
an eye.
behind us at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and perhaps put some of that dust of disappearance to use.
We
I
could.
forgot about that.
How long does it last?
What does the dust of disappearance do exactly?
Make you disappear by using dust?
No, you can use it to make your tracks disappear.
Okay, if you can use it to make your tracks disappear, that works. Because I was gonna say pass without trace uh can't be tracked except by magical means. So
Okay.
either way,
I'm
It does not say that it did covers tracks.
the dust of disappearance. I thought that's what it did. It like made tracks and
No,
stuff
you
disappear.
poof it on
but-
Oh,
yourself.
it makes you invisible. Yeah.
Oh, I wait.
Anything within 10 feet.
Is there something else that you use to do that I'm mixing it up with? Because I swear I remember.
Trace does that.
What?
Pass without
pass
trace.
without
does that.
trace.
Oh, okay. I thought I remembered seeing somebody use like an actual dust to do that before. Never mind.
Maybe.
That's my bad.
It'll
Pocket sand.
pass without trace. I'll make us untraceable for an hour,
That works too.
Well,
except by magical means. So if they have magical means to trace us, then well,
Mm.
they can. But any other than that, they won't be able to.
I mean, what is it? A level 1 spell slot?
Level 2.
Hmm.
But I have 3 level 2 spell up.
Oh. Fuck. I don't know. I mean, if you want to do it, we can, and then that gives us fucking nobody
Yeah.
being able to follow us for an hour.
I'm gonna cast pass without trace.
All right.
I see.
So you cast Pass Without Trace.
That way we're spoopy.
Yep. So it gives all the members within 30 feet of you plus 10 to their stealth, as well as makes it so that your tracks cannot be followed unless by magical means, such as scrying or divination magic.
Yep.
All right. So, once you guys kind of do that, you start setting back out. You know that you probably got about 6 hours till you are to the original settlement. And you take off and you keep on going. You see that your path in the snow is not left behind you due to the spell that Mandy cast. And so you continue pushing through until you reach the mountain range that has the settlement in it, where you come across and you basically start to see the remnants of what looked to be a settlement here. As you cross into the mountains, you start to see hunting paths, bridges, ropes, things put together that allow for traversal and travel among different ridge lines. As you begin to come closer and get into the actual area of the settlement itself, you begin to see more and more of these different traversal means, whether it's rudimentary elevators or otherwise. That kind of will be essentially aiming for you to help you get up to different areas, to help movement through the mountains a little bit easier. Though it's surprising to see the technology that the Frost Giants were using for their own settlementation. And after an hour or so of going up these ropes, these bridges, you find yourself on the edge of what used to be the Frost Giant settlement. And to your bewilderment, it did not simply pick itself up and leave. It looks like most of the settlement, the materials used to build it or otherwise, is here still. The walls are still here. Most of the tents are still here. Barrels have been left. The weapons are strewn across different areas, like leaning against barrels or walls or tents. But you can see that there are no fires going. There is no fresh game. There's no sound. It's deathly quiet, even among the mountainside, with the wind ripping through the high peaks. And you see that there is a very large tent towards the center, which you would assume would be the chieftain's tent.
Thank you, Phantom.
So what do you do?
Sorry.
Can I roll perception to see if I notice anything right away?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a 14.
Wow, I got an 8, so you know.
Blind.
It was the snow.
Ah,
Blinded
yes.
me.
I apologize. What are we doing?
Like,
Basically,
he
you
just
are...
described the settlement,
Yeah.
and we were trying to figure out like what our first move is. The perception that I was rolling was to notice like if there's any fucking like, I guess, I don't know, fucking, I guess like obvious like traps and shit like that, or defenses, like on our way up.
So you didn't see anything of that type when you were coming up the mountain. You saw that there wasn't traps at all, honestly. It was all very just kind of open in there. You didn't really look to see if the traps that you were looking for were already sprung and just no one was there to reset them. But from what you could tell is that there was nothing really that spooked you as out of the ordinary. Even to the point of when you're in the camp and you're saying you're looking, you're also not seeing anything that really jumps out at you as an issue. Where you are looking at essentially a camp that was left over. And also, Rage, to answer your question, it's 18 plus 8 plus 6, which gives you 32. And on top of that, I told you it'd be 24 to 36 hours, if depending on difficult terrain and choices. So yeah, so you're making it on par time. You
Fair
gotta remember
enough.
that your long rest was 8 hours.
I forgot you said like 8 hours for long rest. How far away? Because we can see this tent in the center, right?
Yep.
How far away is the tent?
From the gate, I would say probably a good 30 meters. Like, it's not super far. You can easily walk over to it. But this settlement's large, as you can imagine the people that lived in this settlement were also large.
I would like to cast Find Traps from where we are to the front of said tent.
Alright. You cast it, and it comes back with a big old goose egg.
Cool. Hey, there's no traps on our way to this tent.
Okay, I guess
Okay.
we'll go ahead and go take a look-see.
Onwards.
Eggs.
Yeah,
So
so
we
you
go in
guys
there.
head closer to the tent itself. You move past some of the smaller tents, and you see that if anyone was here, they seem to have left. But it's strange, because as you walk past some of these tents, you can clearly see that there is things left behind that wouldn't normally be left behind. But you don't see any bodies, no evidence of foul play. You finally make it to the chieftain's tent, and you see the flaps billowing in the wind of the entrance, the chimes ringing gently in the wind upon the mountain peaks.
Totally gonna pull a notch here, but can we search the tents for anything, like, quickly for anything valuable?
As you search through the tents, you can find a number of things that you would consider valuable, but unfortunately, it's hard to tell if it'd be valuable to who. So you yourselves could possibly find some minor gold or other coinage laying around, as frost giants have been known to carry that with them. But for the most part, it's animal pelts, very large weapons that would be cumbersome for even Tovar to wield. And it just, on the whole, seems just very strange for all of this to be left behind. Even rudimentary journals that were what seemed to be drawn up by younger frost giants, or even possibly some of the older residents, were also left.
Okay, this is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's kind of like they vanished.
Hey,
All right.
or they were just forced up and go without any of their positions.
So are we? Have we made it to the actual, like, chieftain tent yet, or no?
Yeah, you're standing in front of it. You've kind of basically searched everything kind of leading up to it.
Alright.
And so now you are standing in front of the door to the chieftain's tent. You hear its chimes. You see the flaps billowing. And so now what do you do?
Peek my head inside.
You peek your head inside, and you are caught with the smell of food that has been roasting for too long, of drink that has gone rancid, of things kept amiss. And after a second, you are then hit with the very familiar and strong scent of rotting corpses, as you seem to have found why there was no foul play in some of those other tents, because it looks like most of it happened here.
Hey guys, I found some dead bodies. Just kind of like bring my head back out. It's just like holding on to the fucking tent flaps.
Oh, lovely.
I would like to roll investigation to see if I can find out what happened.
Sure, go ahead.
21.
With a 21, you were able to determine that they definitely did not die of natural means. That they were definitely unalived by something or someone. I'd like to...
Case.
Mandy, go ahead. It was distracted by Mandy asking me questions. But yeah, so you go investigate the bodies. You see that it looks to be an older frost giant and two younger ones. The older one seems to have indentations on its head from where a crown or some kind of headpiece would be sitting. Its facial hair, much like the other frost giants, is very gray to light white in color, but his even more so, as you can see that there are age lines on his face. You assume that this is the chieftain of this specific frost giant group. You can tell that from the wounds, they were attacked by multiple individuals with what looks to be swords or some kind of single-bladed weapons, where they were not chopping their actual stab lacerations through the body multiple times. Past that, you really can't tell much else, as that's about all you can discern is that it is the chieftain and what looks to be possibly two of its honor guard that were killed in this building. You can see that some of their stuff was taken, but for the most part, the chests that are utilized by the chieftain for doing chieftain things has been left behind, essentially.
So it looks like these guys were ambushed, maybe even just robbed. but they left a lot behind too. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it was multiple people. Looks like with swords. I don't know what you guys make of that. But this is definitely the chieftain. Possibly 2 of his guard. That's what it looks like.
So that was a Q then?
I'm sorry?
Maybe.
Q d'etat?
Could have been. Could have been a mutiny, I guess. Not really sure exactly what happened. I just know there's multiple assailants.
Interesting.
So they did leave the chest behind, though. Probably take a look in there.
Oh man, we don't have our chest opener.
We do not. No, we'll have to body someone else to do it.
Smack it with an axe. Is the chest locked?
It is not.
I mean, the chieftain's dead body is right there. You can go ahead and use that.
Is the chest a mimic?
Now that you asked, I would roll something, but I don't feel like it. No, it is not.
I believe that is a fuck around and find out kind of question, Mandy. I don't think that's one that he would give us an answer to.
Totally is.
But no, it doesn't seem to be a mimic. It is an openable chest.
I would like to open it.
You open the chest, very gracefully, mind you. Just as you've opened other chests before, you're like, ah, yes, I've done this. I know what I'm doing. And you open it to see that inside is still what looks to be the treasures of the chieftain, so to speak. Things that the chieftain would have to either prove his hierarchy or spoils of fights that he's been in. And you, having been around giants for most of your life, including being a Goliath yourself, would know that these wouldn't just be left behind unless the person who was leaving behind didn't know their significance.
So, not a coup.
Assassination? Question mark?
All
There's a lot of
theories.
fancy shit in here that they left behind.
Interesting.
And
Starting to become a murder mystery.
Can I walk around the outside of the camp and see if there are any tracks leading away from the camp?
You sure can.
Perfect.
Give me
What do you want me to roll?
investigation.
Perfect.
Oh, because you've been doing so well with those tonight.
Yeah, that's an 11. Because
Very
my
nice.
dice hate me.
oh,
So with that 11, you're
Right.
able to discern that there are footprints. That you're not sure whose they are, though, as they have started to become covered by the snow that is falling still.
Yep, those are footprints.
You realize those are feety prints, but whose feety prints? Hard to discern.
Well, guys, there's footprints out
Could I
there.
roll perception to see if I know what kind of footprints they are, or would that be investigation?
Yeah, you can roll investigation as well.
Okay. That's a 16.
Well, someone's doing better than me.
So you can also tell that they are footprints. That they are large footprints, but unfortunately the snow has started to cover up most of the details, so it makes it difficult to see what exactly you're looking at. It does look like they may be going away from the settlement and going back east. But again, it's hard to tell what direction they're going as they're not fresh.
Fair enough. Oh. Wait, why am I this color? I was
I
purple.
would like to close the chest.
You close the chest. And it bites your hands. No, I'm just kidding.
Woo!
So, what I
Hey, Tovar,
propose.
you might know this question.
What's up?
Do frost giants normally use swords?
They can.
Roll intel.
Like a normal intelligence check?
Yep.
That's 6.
So you
He don't
believe
know.
frost giants only use swords?
I mean, God damn it. Because out of character, like,
Out of character, they do not use swords at all. They use axes.
really? I thought they
So,
could use swords.
I was
They
going to say, we
can, but most of their weapons are axes because they don't have the same forge capabilities of Goliaths or any other groups.
That's fair. Because I was
So-
gonna say, like, I feel like I've seen like frost giants depicted with like swords before, so that's why I said yes. But
I mean, that's
So-
fine. It's fine that
Yeah.
Tovar can have that thought, but that's why I wanted you to roll the intel check to be add that contenduum of I've seen some of them, but now you think that all of them use it and only that.
God damn it.
So back in character, yeah?
Yes.
So, Tovar, if they only use swords, why did we see giant axes in the tents as we were walking up?
Well, those are just comically oversized decoration, right?
For chopping trees, duh.
I mean, I guess fair.
I love that response of for chopping trees, fucking duh.
Yeah.
You
That's great.
know,
They like to lumberjack in their free time, alright?
So they can use an axe to chop a tree, but not to kill something with? What, Mandy?
I just pat Tovar on the
The
shoulder.
butt?
Yeah, I was gonna say on the butt.
Because you've
Oh, I
been
thought you
poking
were going to say that too. Yeah.
it.
That was only in front of your dad. Make him uncomfortable.
Okay, out of character, are you making him my actual dad, or is she
No,
just
it's-
adding that in there?
That's
Okay.
her adding it. When he called
That's
you
what
the
I
son of
thought,
the clan,
yeah.
it's because he's the Jarl, and that's who he sees all of his warriors. You're not
That's
his
what I-
actual son.
That's what I thought, but like I wasn't sure.
Wow, Zendif!
If-
Hello, Zendif.
It would have been kind of funny though if you made him my actual dad. He's like, son, what the fuck? Why are you going as Etheria's ass? Like,
Yeah.
He was asking that question because he's the Jarl, and he also has many questions about it. Of like,
well,
What
yeah,
if your daddy's
but like
huh?
it would have been funnier if it was
Yes,
like
I
a
was-
dad asking his son. You
I
know,
was
like,
on the
And it
Why?
did kind of seem like that because of the way you worded it. But
yeah.
I was
Me, I'm not
on
crazy.
the fence.
Totally more concerned why Salty said one of his daddies.
Whoa.
You said making him one of your daddies. And I quote,
Maybe.
yes, you did. Somebody please clip it.
So there's y'all's sketch of the Shovel of Giant's Bane that I did rather quickly with primary colors.
Jesus.
It's not bad, though. Now, can I roll a history check on Frost Giants? Because I do have Giant as a
Sure.
language.
Hit me with it. Do it.
19.
You would know that, or you would remember from stories and things that you've dealt with, is that giants usually tend to use axes and rocks because they don't do a lot of crafting. Basically, they are a warfaring species where they will just simply take the scales off dragons and make armor, or they will tan large hides and use that, or they'll use bits and pieces from people that they've crushed with rocks to make bigger armor, or they'll just take pieces of dragons and other large creatures and turn them into weapons. They're very much Monster Hunter-esque.
Okay.
So the easy weapon for them to make is axes, because it doesn't require a forge.
Technically, if you're gonna use dragon bones, you could make a sword out of that.
The amount of time to turn it into a sword, though, is something that the giants don't care about. They're not a patient species.
Fair.
So,
Could
Tovar,
you?
you
Yes.
said that they only use swords, and from my readings, I remember that they use bigger weapons, two-handed style weapons, big rocks, big clubs, things like that. I don't think this was Frost Giants that did this.
I mean, it's a possibility.
Well, is that what we would be looking for in the Dragon Woodland? I'm sorry, just something doesn't seem quite right here.
Should we follow the tracks that Mandy found?
I mean, she found tracks, she doesn't know where they're going.
But I can track.
You can try. You can definitely try.
So hold on a moment. Let's talk about this real quick. So the Frost Giants are attacking Starbridge and Skymore, yeah?
Yes.
But yeah, we come here to this camp and we see that the chieftain of the Frost Giants has been slain by something that is most likely not Frost Giants.
Possibly.
Right.
Food. Oh, I love Poodle.
So something's not adding up here. I'm saying this to the party,
Someone-
obviously.
Did someone come in and kill the leader and then is making the Frost Giants attack everyone else, possibly?
Hey, that could be a possibility.
Roll me another
I-
history check, Rage. Before you continue any conspiracy, roll me another history check. I want
Yeah.
to see if you remember something.
no, I fucking don't remember
You
it.
don't
Fucking
remember
thing.
shit.
All history
you-
books burned in my mind. Yeah.
It's you don't recall any information that'd be beneficial as you're thinking.
Would I be able to?
Sure, you've lived in
Being
this
from
region
this
long
area.
enough. Yeah. Go ahead and roll me history as well.
Fuck. It was almost a nat 20. It's an 8.
Would I know anything as I was staying up late talking to Tovar, being best buds?
That sounds
That
good.
is
Sure.
fair.
Go ahead. I'll give you one. I'll give you this one. As the three of you are standing
I
around,
just hear her
like,
going,
I'm thinking-
oh, in disbelief.
yeah, just like all three of you are standing around thinking very hardly, like,
Well, to be fair, I have a +6 to my history,
uh-huh.
but I rolled a 6, so it's only 12.
It's more than us.
More than us.
He got
Oh,
4
sorry.
and 8.
4,
so I guess
8,
we're
and
just
then
doing
12.
fucking
Or 8,
multiple
12.
fours.
Suck.
Somebody else roll it. We'll get a 16.
I was
Alright,
gonna
so
ask,
I think
but
the
because
only
I
other
came from the
person-
slanted keep, which is kind of up in the north, but also it's kind of far away, so I don't think that
You're more
works.
coastal in the slanted keep.
Yeah,
Well, and you're northeast to where we're northwest.
yeah. As well, I think it's a
So-
little too far away.
So between the three of you, Rage, you're
By
stuck
our
on you're
powers
persevering on
combined.
something. Tovor, you're coming up with a thought. You're like, how does the hierarchy work for giants? You're sitting there, you're pondering. You and Rage are discussing very incorrect facts. As Manny steps in and goes, she realizes that giants have a very specific and very simple hierarchy. Because they are a warfaring species, they only respect strength and size. Which is why Goliaths tend to do the same. The older and stronger they get, the more fights they're in, the bigger they usually become, which shows their prowess for being a leader. Giants are known to be the same way. The more fights they've been in, the bigger they get. Hence, by the body you guys saw on the floor, which you could have used as a cue to this, as the Frost Giant Chieftain is easily 14 feet tall. Easily. Dude is a massive unit who's just laying on the floor. Like, it would take you a second to walk from his feet to his damn head. Like, it is significant. And then the giants that are with him that seem to be younger are closer to 12, if not 11, feet in length from head to foot. But Mandy, you do remember that there is a bit of a hierarchy based off size and strength and combat prowess. So if the Frost Giants are following someone else, what do you think that means?
They are bigger and stronger than the chieftain.
Big dick swinging.
Aren't fire giants bigger than ice giants? And they also have forging capabilities, so they would use swords.
They are known for that, yes, but it would be relatively easy to spot a fire giant in the Arctic.
Fair.
Is it a yeti?
It is not the hospitable snowman, no.
I tried.
So, Rage, you remember one thing that Jarl was telling you while you guys were sitting and discussing, something that you picked up on, something that's been a perseveration in your head for a minute. He said that there's been loud roars and thunderous footsteps in the woodland, that the reports have been scattered and some of them have been changed over.
So what about what they were telling us back in Starbridge about the
About
loud
the frost
roars?
worm.
And yeah, frostworm as well.
Oh no.
We might be over our heads here a little bit.
I mean, we've taken down dragons before.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Never on the ground though.
Are frostworms that smart? Intelligent?
Dragons are very intelligent and very patient.
Would I, as a dwarf, know anything about frostworms in particular?
Roll me intelligence.
That is, I think I have a -1. I do. So that is a 16.
So, as you are sitting there thinking about how we said, beware the frost worm, you have a sudden light bulb moment that
Suddenly
there
gets hit by lightning.
are two definitions of the word worm, especially when doing cross-translation between Goliath, Giant, Dwarven, and Common. And that there is the spelling of worm, W-Y-R-M, in common characters, and there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spelling of worm of W-O-R-M in common characters. And there's spel in common characters. And you suddenly realize that there are 2 different types of frost worms known to exist in the Arctic. One that is a dragon, one that is a worm. Both are terrifying creatures from the records
God
that you've seen.
damn Alaskan bullworms.
Well. I just remembered there's 2 different types of worm this could be. There's the dragon, and then there's also an actual giant fucking ice worm.
And which one
So-
do you think would be more likely?
Considering the ground shaking, I'm more worried it's going to be the underground one.
Well,
Because nobody's seen anything flying around, right? They would have said something about that.
True.
that could be true. Either or, it's not going to be easy.
Mm. No. And one's going to be harder to look out for.
Well, let's see if we can go find it, shall we?
Onwards.
So we knew that they have a scouting camp somewhere in Dragon Woodland. Let's make our way there, I guess. Yeah.
Thunderous. Oh.
Ass.
Yeah, they did say thunderous steps, not thunderous slides, but that doesn't really mean much. So, you guys are going to start heading towards the woodland to go find the scouting camp.
I guess we are.
Oh. Hey.
Yes.
Cool. So,
Boy.
So, Rage, yes, you would have advantage on tracking and intelligence if it's something that you selected. I don't know if you selected or not.
Well, right. I mean, if you see the text that I sent you, it says monstrosities, then gives me a description of monstrosities, then just says giant, and then undead, it gives me a description about undead, and then just celestial.
Yeah,
So-
because those are 4 different categories.
So those are the 4 categories that are my favorite enemies, then, huh?
Yeah, well then, yeah, you'd have giant.
Okay, so I could have been rolling advantage on all of that.
Yes.
Fuck. Oh well.
Oh well.
Silly
It's for next
bird.
time.
We'll figure it
Now
out.
you know.
We're learning.
Would have been better with that nat 1 though.
Yeah,
Fuck.
it would have definitely helped you out a little bit, but it was a lot funnier that you didn't.
It was.
So, you guys
Fair.
begin trekking. You know that if you go east through the mountain range, that you'll be able to head down into the woods, and then be able to move rather quickly, thanks to your ranger's help, to find the scouting camp, or at least try to track it. You see that the snowfall is starting to lessen as whatever storm was coming through has gone. And so you begin making your way down the mountainside, following the structures put in place by the frost giants. As you begin to make your way down the mountain range, everything is going along smoothly. You're not finding any kind of new information or any kind of tracks or leftover equipment. It's just normal things that were established for this settlement, just that were never taken down. As you guys
Overall,
are
would
crossing,
be on Vanguard keeping watch.
yeah, as you guys are crossing over a bridge that stretches between 2 peaks, the wood and ropes creaking beneath your feet. As you're about halfway across, you start to feel a rumbling. And then the rumbling intensifies and intensifies and intensifies. As then you see the side of the mountain below you, about 150 meters, burst open as this monstrous worm-like creature pops out of the side of the mountain and starts to swing its body up and into the mountainside to its right to burrow back through it.
Well, now we know.
I guess we got our answer.
It starts
least
to
it can't
burrow
fly.
in through the mountain, away from you for a moment, and you continue across the bridge as its attention is pulled away from you for the moment. But then you feel the rumbling begin to intensify again as something bursts out from underneath of you, as it looks like it's a second one. It brings itself up, and the back of its body, what you could call covered in spiny plating, is towards you. As it rears up its mouth into the air and screeches this almost frost cloud that brings hail and icicle shards down into the valley in front of it. The other worm that you saw start to bury into the mountain seems to emerge from the mountain peak that it was burying into and yells, roars back at the other one. The sound of reverberating between the two of them in the valley causes you to clasp your ears as you continue trying to get across the bridge. You find your legs fumbling as these thunderous bodies continue to shake the bridge underneath your feet. You hear a voice in the distance yell, "Get away from the Etherian bullworm! Run!" And as you hear this voice echo out across the ravine, you see the worms clash and slam into each other. And as they do, you see one of them start to fall towards the bridge that you're still standing on. At this point,
I start running as fast as my little dwarf legs can go.
I'm gonna need athletics from everybody to get the fuck off the bridge.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
14.
So since I can fly,
You can technically fly the distance, yes.
Oh,
Okay, and I came back to
Athletics check.
the Etherean fucking bullworm chasing us.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
two of them fighting and one of them
Oh,
falling
yeah.
onto the bridge that you're standing on.
See, in here, I thought it was a mating dance, so.
just totally hoping to get advantage on my athletics checks as I was flying. Correct, since I can't fly.
Oh, shit. Okay.
13.
I got a total of 21.
Alright. So,
13 as well.
you guys start pushing your legs as hard as you can. Rage, you try to activate your wings as you keep pushing yourself, and you find that your wings are jamming up in the ice. As you keep trying to turn them on as you are just hustling. You just can't think of anything but just to get off this fucking bridge. And you all get towards the end, Kavral leading the point, somehow moving faster than all of you. Getting to the other side of the bridge first and reaching out to try and grab people and pull them onto the safety of what looks to be the ridge that you'd be standing on. As you do this, you see that Kavral, in his infinite wisdom, continues to pull people across as none of you fumble. You may have issues hearing or being able to keep yourself upright, but because Kavral acting as an anchor, as each person gets across, you just kind of human chain it and bring everyone across the bridge. As the worm hits the bridge with its full weight, you hear the rope snap as you just see this massive body fall almost in slow motion towards the bottom of the ravine 150 meters below you. And you watch as it falls, and then it hits the ground beneath it. And it shakes the mountains themselves as the other worm that is still standing roars at it, firing this fog of ice, hail, and ice, and just razor sharp icicles down at it. And as it hits the ground, you hear a crack beneath your feet. As you feel the ground underneath you give way, and you slide down into the mountain in a cloud of ice and snow. You all find yourselves unconscious, slowly coming back to the world of the living after falling down the mountainside. Thankfully for you, you fell away from the combat between the two frost worms. And thankfully you fell into a snowbank that, as you all begin to open your eyes and take collection of who's there, you see as you're sitting on a collection of snowbanks and rocks that is over an edge that is a additional 150-meter drop down into a ravine. And you are all but 10 or 12 feet from the edge. You can still feel the worms fighting as you're all slowly going in and out of consciousness. As Carval, you look up, being the first to kind of stir due to being able to bring yourself back to bear. And you see that you fell a good 60-80 feet with the rock and snow down below. Due to the worms' ferocity in their fight, you can see that the air is beginning to whip into a frenzy through this mountain range. Visibility has begun to drop, and so has the temperature. You all realize that the clothing you were wearing that's insulating you from the cold has gotten ripped in certain places and is making it more difficult to stay warm. That you're stuck in this snow as you try to pull yourself out without pushing yourself down into the edge and down off the ravine. And Kavral, you find yourself as the first one awake and the only one fully conscious at this point in time. What do you do?
Can I access my backpack?
You can definitely try.
I'm going to attempt to access my backpack.
You shimmy your arms a little bit to try and get your backpack around so that you can reach into it. As you begin to try and shimmy it and stretch to grab it, you see that the snow moves off of you and rolls, and you realize that you're on an angle on this mountainside. And so with a very gingerly hand, you are able to get the backpack off and able to access the contents.
Okay. I'm going to take my 50-foot length of hempen rope out and tie it to my javelin.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tie the other end to my belt.
Okay.
And I'm going to attempt to yeet my javelin at a point, make an anchor point further up, so that I can safely pull myself away from the edge and then try to help them.
Alright, so let me give you the situation at hand with a nice little diagram. Where's my painting tool? Alright, so If you look to the right of the map of the Deathlands, you'll see a nice little setup of where you are currently. The 5 of you are essentially in a snowbank with the slope of the mountain you fell behind you and a very steep slope to your front. And this is the organization that you fell in and how you find yourselves currently.
Okay. Can
So we
I-
landed on a bridge.
An edge.
More like
so
a
to
little
speak.
snow ridge.
Yep.
Sorry, Rach.
Is there? Can I roll perception to see if there's like any kind of area off to the sides that I could use to try to for an anchor point for my javelin?
You can give me perception. It's going to be a little more difficult as the storm from the worm's starting to come in and block some of your visibility.
Okay. So my advantage that I get from my shield is canceled out then.
Yes.
Okay. That is still a 16.
All right, with the 16, you can see that as you're looking outward, that the edges go out, but only slightly in either direction. And unfortunately, they seem to be at the same angle that you're sitting on. Past that, you can't see past the edge of the slope behind you, but you can see that you have a little bit more room to your left and right.
Could I work to try to carefully, like, clear some of the piled up snow off of the ledge so that we have a bit more of an even footing?
You can definitely try. You can go ahead and try and give me athletics to try and clear the snow to make it a little more flat to your left, or to your right, my left.
Alright, I would like to try to anchor the javelin first, and then do that.
Alright. Give me athletics to anchor the javelin.
Ooh, that's a 10.
So, you look to find a spot that you can throw your javelin. Somewhere that you could try and get a good angle. But you realize in the position you're in, that you're not going to be able to put your full weight behind the throw. So instead, you determine that the best way is to simply stab it into the stone or into a soft spot that you can see. And so you get it into a little spot to your left, and you now have an anchor javelin attached to you. Or at least one that you believe is anchored enough.
Indeed. Alright. I would try to clear a bit of snow then so that I can get into a better position to help them.
Alright. For this, go ahead and give me a dex check.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, no, dex check, not dex saving throw.
Yes. No proficiency.
Yes. That is, where's my proficiency? +3, there we go. That is 13.
So, with the dex check, you can push some of the snow away from you by just kind of moving your arms in gentle motions to kind of level out the snow around you to compact it. As you do it, you see that Tovar begins to stir as you're flattening out the snow, and you see him as Tovar, give me a wisdom check.
Oof.
Oh,
You see as Tovar begins to stir, he begins looking around and he begins to move a lot. The snow around him starting to loosen, and you see Rage and Mandy start to move slightly towards the edge as they have not come to consciousness yet.
I shout out, "Hold up! We're on a slope. Don't move!"
Disrespectful.
Tovar, give me another wisdom check as Kovral tries to tell you to not move.
Hey, there we go. I don't fucking move.
Yeah. As you were trying to get yourself up after falling, and you hear Kovral tell you to stop, you just stop what you're doing and lay in the snow as you come to realize the situation you're in. As
That's
you see
some
him
trust
having
right there.
anchored the javelin, and you see Mandy and Rage in front of you, and you can see the snow between you and them has shifted a little bit. And you can clearly see past them is an edge where snow has begun to fall off into a ravine below you.
What the fuck?
Indeed. If you've got anything to anchor yourself, I'd suggest trying to do that.
I don't remember what I have. I was just looking at my
You
inventory
have
too.
your rope
I have
and your
the
great
shovel
axe,
of Giant's Bane.
but you do have the shovel.
And the rope.
I would like to anchor the shovel of Giant's Bane and tie a rope to it and tie it to myself.
So you can see that any kind of excessive movement will cause the snow to shift. And so removing the shovel ever so gently from your shoulder bag, you simply hold it over your head and slam it into the ground behind you without moving the rest of your body, as Kovral kind of guides you through what he had to do to anchor his javelin. And you feel that with an athletics check, you'd be able to gauge how well it is anchored.
That is a 28.
Nice.
It's not fucking moving anywhere.
With a solid sounding crunch, you're pretty sure it's anchored securely, and that if you tie a rope around it, it should hold your weight. But it is just shield on a stick, so who's to truly say?
This motherfucker.
Now that I have the clear spot, I'd like to reach towards Rage and try to kind of start trying to pull him towards me.
Yep. So, go ahead and give me athletics coverall to try and reach for Rage. And so, Tovar, as you see Coverall begin to move towards Rage, Mandy, you awaken. And you awaken with your feet dangling over the edge of the ravine.
Ah, no, bitch.
I got a 23 on my athletics, by the way.
Yeah. So, Coverall, you're able to ever so gingerly move your body army crawl style through the snow until you have a firm grasp on the shoulders of an unconscious Rage.
Mandy had to go potty, so she's
Oh,
not
okay.
here.
No, I am right here.
Oh.
I did
Oh,
not
okay.
go quite yet.
So,
Oh.
Mandy, you wake up with your feet dangling over an edge.
Ooh, there's an edge here. What do you want me to roll?
I need a wisdom check from you so you don't panic.
Here. I'm panicking.
What'd you roll?
Oh.
4 plus 6.
So
Four-
10.
so
Or
a
4
10?
plus 2. No, 4 plus 2.
So it's 6.
Oh, okay.
So
It's 6
you don't,
total. Yeah,
you don't
braid.
thrash as bad as Tovar, but you definitely kind of come back with a bit of a shock where you feel your feet over an edge, and then you are looking up of where you were, and you realize where you are, and you go to move your body to pull yourself back, and as you push of your hands, they slip through the snow, and you feel your body start to shift a little more towards the edge.
I would like to try and reach out and grab Mandy.
I'm gonna need athletics for you, sir.
Can I try to reach for him as well?
I got
That's-
an 18.
With the 18, you see Tovar behind you start moving towards you, and so you reach out to return the favor and try to grab onto him. And so Tovar, you see she's starting to move, so you risk it a little bit to push yourself forward and grab her. And as you grab her hand and you anchor your feet into the ground beneath you with your strength, you see the snow pushes out from underneath of her as she slides full sail over the edge as you're holding on to her, and now her hips and legs are dangling over the edge as you are pulling her back against the snowdrift that's falling. And at the same time, you see Finrod, in an unconscious state, is sliding towards you and Mandy as the snowdrift is starting to give, with him still in it. And at this point, Rage, you wake up. You wake up to Kovral grabbing you by the shoulders and anchoring himself in with his feet, as you wake up to see the sight of the edge you were just standing on, and past your feet is an edge that leads off into a non-visible abyss, from what you can tell.
Don't let go.
I don't plan on it.
The hell happened?
The worms fell, and we fell with them.
Oh, good God. Did my wings work?
Oh no, you tell me.
So, you said Finrod was sliding towards,
Yes.
like, Mandy and I, basically, yeah?
Yeah. So, Tovar, you see Finrod moving, you see Rage waking up and talking to Kovral, and out of the corner of your eye, you can see another large shadow beginning to fall. And I'm going to let you have an intelligence save to see if you can warn the group before the worm hits the ground again.
That is a 7.
So
I'm gonna give you a lucky on that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, yeah.
Oh,
what is that,
Before
just a
you get
reroll?
that, yeah.
Okay. That's even worse.
Alright,
Oh,
so you'll take
You
the
get to
7.
Take the 7 still.
Yeah.
So, you, from the shapes and from what you saw before, a 7 is enough for you to realize that nothing good is about to come. And so you realize that you have a single action to try and grab Finrod, as you're not able to say anything in the process, but I'm going to need a dex check from you to try and grab Finrod before the worm falls.
God damn it. Because I had an idea in my head, and then now you're fucking my idea.
to be fair, we fuck his ideas all the time.
10.
So that's enough for you to reach out and at least grab on to Finrod's left ankle as you're watching the shape fall down, and you all feel this massive cocoon as this impact slams into the ground, as the winds around you are just throwing razor sharp pieces of ice at the stone and just whipping through here, causing visibility to drop to nothing. Finrod, you awaken as the crack lands, throwing you up off the ridge a bit and back into the snow, as you wake up to basically being laid on your back, Tovar on your ankle, and you're seeing snow fall from above you.
And Mandy's right
Wha-
next to you.
What is going on?
The worms fell. We followed. We're not in a good spot right now.
No, especially not all that snow falling right now.
Tovar, that statement takes you by surprise, as you can't see above you as you're looking at Finrod and Mandy.
What, the snow falling?
Yeah, Finrod saying, yeah, with all that snow falling down from above us.
Well,
Yep. I don't know what to do with that bit of information. Other than that it's
Then say,
snowing now.
no, it's not snow as in flakes, it is clumps falling from the ridge above you from the impact.
Ah! Means that there might be an avalanche coming? Is that what you're getting at?
Something may be coming, but it's
Uh,
large snowfall of snow groups. Basically, big old chunks of snow falling off the mountain ridge and coming down at you guys from 50 meters above. Or 50 feet above
And
you.
as I would say in my character, if that's what you want to call it.
Do you see something?
It doesn't look good coming at us. That's all I got to say.
Coverall, you're... Oh, well, I know you're on the phone, but Coverall, you would turn and see... you'd turn your head and see it rage. You'd also see the snow coming down at you from the ridge above as you just brace yourself for impact.
Another fucking worm?
How much time
falling
do I
on
have?
You have... For a 50-foot drop with this weight, you have maybe 2 seconds.
Is that enough time for me to shoot an explosive arrow at it?
Depends on what your dex check can be.
Just dex check or dex saving throw?
I'll give you a dex check, because you're not saving to be not hit, you're trying to do something fast.
I mean, I'm technically trying not to be hit. Alright, dex check. Yeah, I ain't doing shit.
So you reach into your quiver, you have that split-second thought of trying to fire an arrow up there, and as you reach back, you all kind of look up to see the snow, basically miniature avalanche, fall and push you off the edge, where you are now being held by the people who had a hold of you, and they're being held by their anchors, as all 5 of you are now dangling over this ravine that you can't tell how far the bottom is now, due to the lack of visibility from the snowstorms being whipped up by the worms in their frenzy. So yeah, Finrod, you're basically hanging upside down over a ravine edge. Mandy, you're hanging by an arm. Rage, you're being held on by your shoulders, and Kavral is head first over the ravine as he's hanging onto you for dear life.
So both of them are... yeah, I was gonna say. Fuck's sakes.
I don't have anything else that I can really do.
So the only thing that I can think of is getting Finrod to like grab a hold instead of me like holding his foot, like have him kind of flip in a sense, and then possibly trying to pull us up.
You climb up and then pull up.
Well, because am I actually over the edge?
Yes, you are hanging
Okay.
by the rope bracing you with the shovel. And you're hanging
Okay.
on to Mandy and Finrod.
Because I don't know if you want to do that or I don't know. Fuck.
Like what you just said was what I was kind of just thinking actually myself, was trying to maybe climb up and then try and pull you guys up.
Yeah.
And so
I don't
what
know,
would I
that's a
need to
lot.
roll to?
You're going to need to give me... I would imagine you'd have to give me acrobatics for this.
Ern,
Yes.
question.
Answer.
Could I use Thorn Whip to, like, attach myself to the shovel and then pull myself up that way?
What's the range on your Thorn Whip?
30 feet?
You could definitely try.
Even better, Mandy.
Hmm.
What are you?
I am a
Oh.
druid.
What can druids do?
Yeah, I don't know what wild shape I would do in order to do anything.
I don't know. A big ass fucking bird, maybe?
An owl.
I don't think I have flying. Do I have flying at this stage?
So you are 7th level. So your max is CR 1/2 with no flying speed. So the creatures that you would be able to utilize, I will give you a list.
I wasn't sure what animals you'd be able to use, but I mean, technically, you turned into a fucking cobra chicken that one time, so
Not by myself. We were
yeah,
cursed.
that's true.
Alright, so
Fair enough.
you could turn into a large gorilla. You could turn into a giant wasp. But you don't have
What?
flying speed. So you'd be a
What?
wingless wasp. Because it's a monster that's in a different book, but because she has wild shape, she can't pick anything that has a flying speed on it.
Yeah.
Turn to a black bear.
Ah, dang it.
Let's see. Turn to a constrictor snake, a cow, a crocodile. Turn to a weird bird dinosaur. You turn to a Dimetrodon, big old sailback dinosaur. It'd be super useful right now.
Oh no.
Oh, I think the only thing that can save you, that's something that you could turn into, is something that you hate with an absolute passion.
No. Absolutely not. Will not do that ever.
You just saying that though, did I ever give her that wand of web? Or
No.
do I still have it?
I think you may still
Spider-Man!
have it in your bag of holding. The bag.
So again, I go to can I Thorn Whip?
You can definitely try.
Question: do my wings work?
Let's see.
Hey.
Here, call high or low rage.
So
Low.
apparently, you need to just roll
Yeah,
on this,
it's
Mandy.
you.
Apparently.
You hitting against
Shit.
the wall seems to shake the ice out of the jets, and you're able to use your wings. You're not able to go your full speed due to the ice in the air, but it's at least enough to pull you up and over.
Question:
Answer.
can I pick Mandy up and put her on the ridge where she could then wild shape into a gorilla and pull the other two up, or pull the other three up?
Go ahead and give me a.
Well, if
Hold on.
Mandy's okay with that plan.
I
I was
mean,
gonna say,
my thorn whip was a 20.
Yeah.
So a
she
nat
got a
20.
yeah,
Well,
she got a
stuff up.
nat 20 with the thorn whip. So
Yeah, so with the nat 20 on the Thorn Whip, you're definitely able to cast it and throw it past Tovar, and you feel it latch on to the Shovel of Giant's Bane. And so, Mandy, I now need you to give me athletics to pull yourself up.
Okay.
can I technically give her advantage?
Sure.
Or like I would like basically like
Yeah,
use
you
my
say
strength
I
to throw
assist
her.
her.
Yeah.
If you give her the help action or the assist action, then yes, you gain advantage.
So yes, Mandy,
Just
roll that
thank
shit with
God.
advantage.
14.
So with
Thank
the 14
God.
and Tovar being a good secondary anchor, he's able to kind of help you up over him so you're on the edge. And Mandy, as you climb up over the edge, you look down at the rope that is attached to Tovar and the shovel, and you see that as he's been moving, it's been rubbing against the edge of the cliffside and is starting to fray.
Okay, I would like to wild shape into a gorilla
Alrighty.
so that I can pull him up.
Alright, so for that, its athletics check is a +5, so give me a regular d20 and add a +5 to it.
Words of inspiration. You got this.
Dirty 20.
A dirty 20. So with that, you
Yay.
were able to pull Tovar by the shoulders up and over the edge while trying to keep your footing on the angled ground and the snow that's fallen. Rage, with your wings mostly working, you can imagine that between those and a good athletics check, you'd be able to push both you and Kavral back over the edge as well.
I would also
Alright.
use my assist action to help him with that.
Your assist action is that you got your toesies on that edge. You're
Yeah,
hanging
fair
on
enough.
for dear life with them toes.
Fair.
Alright, so
So
roll me
no
advantage on the athletics there, Mr. Rage.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you weren't gonna give it to
I
him.
thought so too.
Oh no, Kavral is trying his damnedest. He's gonna get that advantage.
15.
Alright, so with that 15, you're able to push yourself off with your wings and basically force Kavral back over the edge before your wings ice up again. And so now all of you are sitting on the ridge. And Tovar, as you are sitting on the ridge held by a large gorilla, you see that one, your rope was starting to fray, and two, as you're sitting there thankful for Mandy being able to do what she did, you hear a weird metallic creaking sound as you see the shovel kind of ejects itself from the stone and lands next to the ape.
Oh. Huh.
The tip of it is significantly bent and battered as you tried to shove essentially a shield into rock. And it held for the moment, but it wasn't known. It wasn't meant to last long.
Oh.
It still would work as a shovel, just don't use it as an anchor again.
Fair enough. I just thought, like we didn't know what kind of ground we were on.
It was.
So.
I'm not saying it was a bad plan. I'm saying that's just the way the world is happening currently.
Oh.
You were in an emergency situation. You used what you got.
My tip
Yep.
got bent.
Oh no.
That's what happens when you force it in.
Jesus. Stop.
Next time we'll take our time. Alright. Enough of those jokes.
So you find yourselves all up on the ridge as the snowstorm continues to swing through, and you're just not really sure where to go from here. as you can see that the ridge you're on has only a certain distance to your left or to your right, and it's on an angle where you can't stay here comfortably without the risk of slipping off. Finrod, roll me perception. With all that blood in your ears, I'll let you roll it again with advantage. Or so just re-roll it as if you took advantage.
This is reroll.
All them blood in your ears.
That's
There you go.
Nice.
So after being hung upside down for so long, you're able to really force your ears to work super well as you start to hear the telltale creaking and cracking of an avalanche incoming. That the fighting between the worms has definitely upset the balance of the snow and ice along these mountaintops. And you feel that if you stay here much longer, you're going to be going down that ravine whether you like it or not. You feel that you have only a couple minutes before something bad happens.
right off the bat. Then I'm gonna go. Hey guys, I'm pretty sure another one's about to come this way. We're gonna need to get moving. Otherwise, we probably will be going down this time.
Can I see if there's a way we could try to climb back up to where we can actually get away from here? Like the back
You
up
can
to the path?
roll an investigation with your stone cunning, because you're surrounded by stone, and you're a dwarf.
Oof. That sucks.
Gee, that sounds like so much fun.
I don't get a extra bonus with stone cutting. I just get to do it because of stone cutting, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was an 11.
So with that, you're able to figure out that the stone may be able, if you can crack some footholds into it, that you could possibly climb the 50 feet up, back up onto the ridge path above you. But you're not entirely sure, as you are trying to determine the type of rock very quickly, as you know you're on a very short time frame. But to you, and from your experience, it looks like with enough force you could possibly force handholds.
Alright. I guess using my javelin would probably be the best thing to use that for. To try to wedge out the handholds.
Roll me quick intel, Cabral. I want to see if you remember something.
Okay. And that's just the proficiency, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so 18 in total.
You remember that one of your party members is wearing the lion's gauntlets that were known as Earthshakers.
Oh. Hey, Finrod, if you could use your gauntlets, we could make, probably fairly easily, some footholds to get back up the path.
Yeah, I could go ahead and make us a path.
So you feel like, Finrod, as you stare at it and you stare at the gauntlets, you try to figure out what's the best way for you to do this. And you feel that between how the lion would have done it and how you as a monk will do it, as you determine the best way to make handholds is with your fists.
Yeah.
So you walk up to the stone and you simply give it a good punch, and you feel the stone break away and move around your fists as you plunge it into the stone, giving you a little bit of a lift to then push your other one ahead of it before you start pulling yourself up the stone wall, punching handholds in as you go. And I'm going to need athletics from you, good sir.
Athletics.
Yeah, Coverall, it's like that scene, but
That is-
worse.
Nice 20.
That is a dirty 20, and I like it. So you start
Oh,
punching
we're all
your
dirty
way
tonight.
up the wall as you're making handholds. Your feet
Oh my.
finding places as you punch up, and you guys can see that he is leaving pretty significant footholds for you to kind of climb up on. And so as he's going up, you guys know you're on short time and that you have no choice but to try and follow as quickly as you can. With that dirty 20, you're able to scale the at least 20 feet in the first 30 seconds or so, as you are trying to just shunk your fists up in it, and it's taking you a bit, but you feel like you're making good time and good progress. And the rest of you follow suit, following his motions with the handholds, and with Mandy still as an ape being able to assist those that can't climb as well. All of you begin to slowly trek up the wall side. Finner, I'm going to need another athletics check from you, sir.
And that'd be a 21.
Very good. So you continue at the same pace, doing another 20 feet in 30 seconds, as you feel the rumblings continue to increase, as you are only but a small 10 feet away from the edge. I will need one more from you, but it will come with a caveat. You can either roll it normally, or you can roll with advantage. If you roll with advantage, you have to take a level of exhaustion.
I will... I'll take the level of exhaustion and roll with advantage.
Alright, roll with advantage. Very nice.
19.
You seem to carve out the last 10 feet relatively quickly compared to the rest of it. Doing it in about
Ooh.
10
I
seconds or
like
so.
cookies.
Getting yourself up the last 10 feet and securing the upper part to start pulling your party members up. As you guys stand on the ridge, you now find yourself above the ravine that you nearly dropped into, and find yourself on the path that leads down the mountainside towards the dragon woodlands. As you all stand there kind of getting your bearings back in play, you begin to feel the rumbling along the mountainsides once again, and you decide to book it. As you book it down the mountainside, making it down the slope, falling the last bit into the snow, as you're just trying to get yourself distance between you and whatever was happening, you see the entire upper peak of the mountain, the snow covering it, fall down, and just would have erased you off that ridge if you had stayed there, as thousands of pounds of snow just fall with full force down off of it, and then ricochet off into the open air as almost a powdery mist. And you find yourself in the border of the Dragon Woodlands.
That shit would be funny.
Oh. Guys, I think I need a little bit of a rest after that one.
Fair.
I mean, you're not wrong.
That would,
Mandy, you're still gorilla form. You gotta speak like a gorilla.
No, she's like Nimona. She can speak common while she's in gorilla form.
fucking love Nimona.
It is a very good film.
Which one is that?
The one that was originally made by Blue Sky and then through a whole bunch of shenanigans was released this year. That has a bunch of like up and coming actors in it, and some well-known actors.
The
It's the
little
Shapeshifter. Yeah,
Okay, yeah. I haven't watched that yet.
Oh,
it's
Oh.
good.
Dude,
Okay.
I expect you to watch that.
I mean, it looked good. It's not that I didn't want to watch it. I just haven't watched it yet. It's what,
Okay, well-
Netflix, right?
Find the
Yes.
fucking time and
Oh, is
watch it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
Which one was it?
Nimona.
Nimona.
This is not a plug. This is just a good movie that we all enjoy. What makes me laugh is that the secondary main actor, not the guy in the black armor, the one in the silver armor, because I'm trying not to do spoilers, is voiced by Eugene from the Try Guys.
Yeah.
I
Which-
didn't know that.
Yeah, because I remember because Carson used to watch the Try Guys all the time, and then she still watches me after the whole debacle with Nate being a shitbag. But
Wait, I thought the guy from Try Guys was the main character. The guy. Is he not?
no, he's the one in the silver gold armor, is the one that's Eugene, the one that's voiced by Eugene.
Not a fucking clue what any of ours are about.
Yeah, but he'd always talked about wanting to do like voice acting and get into it, and this was like his big breaks to need someone just like him.
Down the rabbit hole I go.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Whee! So yeah, you guys are at the edge of the wood line, and you feel like it would be a good time to definitely take at least a short rest for a moment.
Short rest for, the elf.
For everybody. That was a
Yeah.
lot of exertion on everyone's parts. But yeah.
Yep.
So, you guys set up camp just to at least sit down for a moment and kind of get your bearings back together, letting yourselves recover just a little bit from that hair-raising experience. As you all sit there, you feel like you hear an echo over the mountains saying, "Where'd you go? I had snow cones." As you just kind of put it to the back of your minds as you don't trust anything that speaks to you in the wilderness anymore. It could be a fae trying to kill you, or it could just be something weird you don't want to deal with. That's how you got here in the first place.
But snow cones sound pretty good right now.
Yeah, they do. Especially being in fucking Florida where it's hot as fuck.
As long
Yeah.
as they're not yellow.
Indeed.
Those are just lemon. I don't know what
The
you're
limit
talking
flavor
about.
ones are the best.
But yeah, so you guys take that short rest, and you get yourselves reconstituted and ready to head back into the woodlands.
I don't even know if I need to take a short rest.
You take one anyways.
Well,
You're
no,
basically
I
doing
know,
a
but I'm
sit.
saying, I don't know if I need to actually, click the button. or
No,
not.
you
I
probably
think I
don't.
do. Yeah, I didn't do anything.
How many hours?
Well, like one or two.
1 or 2. Okay.
Just enough for you guys to basically formulate a plan, go over what you found, theories, and basically having yourselves ready to go into the woods. And as you're all sitting there, you feel those thumps again, but nothing like what you felt from the worms. Those were just earth-shaking tremors. This feels like something walking. And you hear the roar of what sounds very close to a dragon, or something close to its family lineage.
Oh, lovely.
And you hear that it's deeper into the woods.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. I guess we can't catch a break.
From one thing to the next.
Well,
Well-
kids.
Time to go fuck up a dragon.
I'm game. Let's do it.
So, at this point with Rage, because you have your advantages for tracking giants and such, now that you are in the woodlands, you feel a little bit more at ease with being able to track whatever's been coming through here, as the snowfall is lessened in this area. And it takes you little to no time to find active tracks and begin following it through the woods rather quickly, but remaining stealth as you do so. You continue following it, and the tracks seem to be leading you closer to the large sounds you're hearing.
Nut.
Including the sound of just the word nut echoing throughout the woods. But as you continue to follow through the wood line, making distance very quickly, you begin to follow the tracks, and you find that the location of where they thought the scouting camp was couldn't be, because the tracks are not leading to it, so it has to be further north. And so you continue to track it and follow, little by little, mile by mile, as you finally find that the scouting camp is actually here. Because you find it because you track the footprints to it. And what you see is something that you're not sure how to feel about it. Inside of a large clearing inside the woodland seems to be what they thought was a scouting camp, seems to have become an entire settlement. It is a large, cleared out area with wooden walls and breach gates. Outside are frost giants patrolling. As you peer inside using your special eyes, you see that there are other frost giants in there as well, including some that, one of them that seems to have two heads, another one seems to be higher ranking in the frost giant hierarchy due to the decoration they have on their armor. But the one thing that really makes your gut sink is that there seems to be almost smaller humanoids in full white dress with helmets and masks made of bone and horns. Their faces painted in intricate fashion to match that of the frost giants or of the Goliaths that live here. They seem to hail from elves and other different durations of races. You see a few tieflings and otherwise that seem to have these thick coats and these markings and masks, as they seem to be walking around the settlement almost guarded by these frost giants. When then, out of the back of the settlement, you just hear this foghorn of sorts. Just this deep, bellowing horn out of the distance. As the horn sounds, you see the patrols turn on their heels and walk towards the gate to go inside. You see those that are inside the settlement also exit their tents and start walking towards the northern part of the settlement. They continue walking towards it. Even the smaller humanoids in the white cloaks begin to walk that way as well, until it seems that the camp is emptied. And from what you can see is the number of people in this settlement is much, much larger than what they thought it was. You're looking at what looks to be the entire population of that settlement you found, plus another one. Because they have two different types of frost giants here with two different colorations in their armor and different things that they wear. And they all seem to go back towards the north part of the settlement, where there is a large, almost hangar-like structure that opens with a humanoid walking forward in white cloak with black and red markings all over in swirls and fractal patterns. And it holds a sword in one hand and raises it, and you see all the frost giants with their axes and clubs thump their weapons against the ground in unison, saying a word that to you recognize as you speak giant is awaken, 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 awaken. The humanoid in front of them turns with its sword to the hangar doors as the doors continue to slide open further, and you hear the roar of that dragon you were following. You begin to feel the thunderous thumps as you see the head of a large white dragon come out of the hangar. It screeches its billowy screech, throwing frost and ice into the sky as you see all the frost giants and clerics seeming to bound their weapons into the ground. And its head just sticks out of this hangar. And then you see it shimmy as it brings out one leg and plants it into the ground. It shimmies his other shoulder and puts a leg in the ground. And you notice that this dragon seems to be having issues moving its body, as there almost seems to be some kind of multi-wheeled cart of sorts underneath of its chest that it's pulling itself forward on. And you see that its body can barely fit through the doors of the hangar, and it is much rounder than it is dragon-like. In the words of a mentor of yours, you feared what you saw. A creature of legend. A pudge dragon.
I fucking knew it.
The dragon continues to bellow as you see the frost giants bring up food and other things to it. And it's just, you watch this ritual continue to happen, just not truly understanding what is occurring. And you hear a twig snap behind you.
I turn and look.
You turn and look, and you see 4 frost giants and 6 of these white-cloaked humanoids standing behind you with large axes and crossbows pointed at you. You realize that you are outnumbered, and that this would be a tough fight to get out of unscathed, especially after everything you've been through over the past day since you woke up and climbed the mountain. One of the clerics steps forward, its face covered by a bony mask with curved horns coming off of it, representing that of a dragon, and looks at you and speaks in a weird tongue that is hard to truly grasp, unless anyone here knows Draconic.
Nope.
Negative.
Nope.
Alright. So it speaks to you in this... What up?
No, I was gonna say it speaks to me in that language, and I was like, "I'm sorry, come again."
So it speaks to you, and Tovar says what he was going to, and the cleric shakes its head. It
Hey,
says,
hold on. Sorry, I was muted. I do speak Draconic. So.
Oh, you do speak
Oh, okay.
Draconic. Oh, fancy. Alright, so, Mandy, you would realize...
I'm a fancy druid.
You're a fancy druid. You're doing your job. You would realize that it's basically asking you why you're here, and that if you've come to praise the new Lord of Ice, then you could have simply walked through the gates.
I would like to relay this to the other members. What would you like me to say back to it? Do you want me to tell it that we are here to worship the dragon?
How far away are they from us?
They're
More than 10 feet?
less than 20. Probably a
More
little
than
more
10?
than 10, yeah.
I can use my dust of disappearance and we can run away.
True. Or
We
we
can
could try
use
talking our
this.
way out of it first.
That's what I was thinking, is kind of like talking to them to try and find out what the fuck is going on. Like why they're sending frost giants to attack the other towns. So,
Fair.
but I mean, I don't know. If we do dust of disappearance, then like they're gonna be suspicious of us no matter what. But I also don't necessarily know if like saying that we're here to go worship the dragon.
I mean, they would for
I mean-
sure be after us after that, after the dust of disappearance, but they wouldn't know where we are, so they may spread out to find us. Easier numbers to fight, maybe. I'm just trying to weigh all our options here.
Well, I'm thinking that there might be a diplomatic fucking like result to this, not necessarily a fucking all-out brawl.
So diplomatic, you want me to shoot him in the face and run away?
No.
I'm supposed to be a joke.
I can ask them how this all came about.
Oh,
Well,
we
if
could
you do
always
that,
say we heard the rumors and came to investigate.
that would
Like-
probably be better. Yeah.
Rumors of a new king of ice being crowned, and we were intrigued to see who exactly this was.
King of Ice be the name of the frost giant, like chieftain type
No.
of thing? No? Okay.
This is the title that has been given to the large ice dragon.
Okay, so that's it though.
That is it?
I don't know, Mandy. What do you think we should ask them or talk to them about?
I mean, that's why I'm asking you guys.
Fair.
I gave you my thoughts.
Hmm.
You
I mean, I guess if we said that we're here to worship the dragon, then we could get down there, then we could ask the dragon himself.
I guess, yeah. That could definitely be enough, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
So we'll go with your original
Okay.
plan.
So we're here to worship the King of Ice. We just we didn't bring anything, and we figured we should go find something to bring him before walking through the gates.
Roll deception.
Perfect. Deception. 18.
Alright, and then I'm gonna roll this one on my end. Alright, so they believe you, and they speak back to you and go, if you simply needed something to give, yourself will suffice. As the frost giants step forward and begin to usher you towards the gate of the camp.
Well, let's go, children. What are you rolling, sir?
Random shit. I'm looking at something.
Yeah, so you begin to be ushered towards the gate of the camp, and you are brought into it as you can clearly see the two different factions of frost giants that exist here, along with the numerous clerics in the white garb that seem to have the draconic visages as masks and helmets. And as you walk down the center of this camp, the people around you that were here before are still thumping their weapons against the ground as you're walking down towards it. And you are brought in front of the King of Ice, the ice worm that lays in the center, the northern part of this camp. And it simply looks down upon you, ice fog falling from its jaws. And you hear a deep guttural rumbling as it begins to speak in Draconic to you, Mandy. And simply states, "It's always a pleasure to find one that speaks my own tongue. Now, you don't look like cultists. You don't look like my worshippers. I imagine you're here for business. So let's talk." And you see him tilt his head down to the side, and you see what looks like a very toothy grin emerge from his face as the way out of the camp is closed off by the frost giants and cultists behind you. And you simply stare down the dragon in its large ice blue eye that is staring you. And that's where we end our session.
Well,
Oh well.
we're gonna have fun, guys.
Yeah,
I
enjoy
will.
next week.
You're gonna have some.
You're gonna have some.
Because I won't be here.
Oh,
Excuse me.
oh no.
Wait, what is next week? I will be here. I won't be here on the 2nd.
Are you gonna miss the Friday session as well next week?
Nope.
Still?
I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
missing Saturday.
Fair.
So
That
what
could
you're
have been
saying is
interesting,
we
though.
should have fell.
So yeah, so
Yeah,
we're
we should
gonna run away from the camp and dive into the canyon. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, dear.
Oh my god. I thoroughly appreciated picking Tovar up and putting him on safe ground. It's like, oh look, I can do it too. Pick up, put down. Exactly. Oh, but baby Tovar. Nope, that was it.
Ah,
Oh, the shovel of
favorite
giants.
moments. I mean, that wasn't talked about, I guess.
The cookie.
The cookie was fucking great. I'm feeling the hell out of it. It feels amazing.
Nice.
I'm gonna say great twice. I'm like, no, gotta say something else. I like the RP that Rices and I had while he was holding on to me.
Fair.
I thought that that encounter, that acting was pretty decent. I mean, we're not winning any fucking awards, but I enjoyed that. The fucking Monsters Inc. reference as well.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely agree. And like I said, I enjoyed it. Especially with like, do my wings work? Rick's just like, I don't know, you tell me. Fucking, I had to mute my mic. I was laughing so hard at that. But yeah, I mean, those two kind of stood out to me. Those two moments.
I'm glad you like that.
I heard Rex's utter it under his breath, but yeah, making the shovel of Giant's Bane
Yeah.
was pretty funny. Like, I enjoyed being able to just like fashion a fucking shovel together out of a fucking old
Shield and an axe.
shield and an old axe that neither one of us planned on using again. It's just like, you know what? Fuck it. Sure, make a shovel.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, being able to do shit like that is always like one of my favorite things.
Hey, can we talk about how a Goliath barbarian outwisdomed a fucking dwarf paladin? I feel like
If
we
it
need to
was a
talk about that.
perception check, I would have been fine. I'm not good at investigation checks, okay?
I'm sorry.
I didn't enjoy getting that nat one.
Oh.
That was upsetting, but it was funny. Like the fucking response that I gave Rage when he's like, Well, what are all of these fucking axes for? Chopping trees, duh. Like that scenario
pretty
was
good
pretty
too,
fucking
yeah.
funny. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. But yeah, that was pretty much it. The Mandy getting the fucking nat 20 with the thorn whip. Yeah, that was good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna roll with D&D Beyond from now on, because clearly it likes me more than my dice.
Well,
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
I thought you were gonna go further in with it, but you
I was
didn't. So I
hoping
was just
so.
like, eh.
I mean, I smacked it, so
She did like the car salesman pitch.
Kept fucking poking it too, like
poke poke.
I still wanted that to go farther than
fucking
it
Poke
did. Though.
poke, motherfucker.
eating it and shit over there. Like, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I was like, fuck, I didn't think about that. Like,
Dwarf and Goliath put head together. Oh.
yeah. Fuck. That shit was great though.
Eh. Good.
My 50 cal begs to differ. Mm.
So for the past bit, the stream hasn't fucking heard me whatsoever. Wonderful. Anyway,
Oh shit.
for like the past like 10 minutes of us talking, it's just been me mouthing questions and you giving answers.
Hmm.
They could find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well,
They can finally not hear me as I'm doing stuff. Wonderful.
I mean, and of course, Phantom lurking there did not say.
No.
Yeah.
He was too busy sitting there,
He's
like
too busy
lurking
laughing
in the
his
shadows,
ass
rubbing
off.
his hands.
No, he was just laughing his ass off because he
Me.
heard you guys talking through the
Yep.
questions and was like, "Where's Burn?" It's just like,
To be fair, he
exactly.
could be lurking in one of our channels and have it unmuted and have yours muted.
Oh,
So
true.
he could be hearing you and just responding.
I mean,
I like to think he did hear Burn and was just, grasping his hands. And
just
Yeah.
doing the
A much
little
better
phantom hand wringing.
Exactly, in the shadows.
But yeah.
Vengeance for the peanuts.
But yeah, it was the whole thing. I was looking and doing the math on the worms, and I was like, it's gonna be way too much for you guys to handle right now, even at level 7, just because of they're some tough boys. So it has AC 18. It's a gargantuan creature, and it has 264 hit points and can burrow for 30 feet and can move 40. Has a plus 12 to con, has tremor sense, which means that even if you try to blind it, doesn't work. And then if you touch it, you take damage. It can tunnel. When it dies, it explodes and deals significant damage. It has a plus 15 to hit on its bite that does an average of 22 piercing, plus an average of 10 cold. And if you're smaller than a large creature, you have to do a DC 20 dex save or be swallowed whole by the worm.
Well, I will always be swallowed whole by the worm.
And then while you're inside the worm, you take average of 10 acid damage and 10 cold damage at the start of each of the worm's turns.
Oh.
The only way for you to break out of it is you have to do 30 damage or more on a single turn from the inside to cause it to regurgitate you. But that goes from all creatures that are inside of it, not just one. And then, of course, it has an ability that forces everyone to do a DC 20 whiz save. So, doing the math, I was like, there's no fucking way. You'd have to be, super lucky and only be fighting it, but even still, it just wasn't going to be looking great for you. So I was like, we'll use them as a prop piece.
Yeah, fair.
So I liked having that, and I was like, yeah, we'll have him go into the whole avalanche situation, and then have you on the rescue mission scenario on the ridge was really fun for me. Being like, all right, what are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Math was happening. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so before you said that fucking whatever it was, I think it was a dex.
Yeah.
Fucking what I was planning on trying to do was to go in rage, and then I was gonna use the advantage on the fucking strength rolls to try and grab Stealth and Mandy and pull them up with that. Was the initial plan.
Yeah.
And then you were like, oh yeah, throw me a deck save. I'm like, fuck.
The
There goes
reason
that
I asked
plan.
for a deck save is that the context of the scenario is that if you move too much or too much energy one direction, there was a chance for you just to get zooped off the edge because you're at an angle in loose snow. And so that was why I was like, you're going to go with the dex because you're going to be trying to do it quickly without moving your body a whole lot. Because if you went with that plan, there was a high chance that, yeah, you could have pulled Mandy and Finrod up to a safe part, but you would have gone over.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have been able to catch you.
And so that's why I was like, all right, in the context, I'm not sure if he caught it. I'm going to have him do a dex instead, because it's going to be him trying to just, like, just kind of stop everyone from going over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was definitely good. I know this didn't have a whole lot going on in it, minus a couple of scenes, because it was an introduction to this whole area. There's going to be a bit more in the following one, now that you have gone directly to the settlement, which is what I thought you were going to do in the first place. And you did not. You went the opposite direction.
Well, I mean, technically, we went to the settlement. We didn't go to the camp.
The one in the woods. To be specific. If you went and tracked down the one in the woods, you would have found yourself in front of the worms sooner, and you would have skipped that whole avalanche part. Because they would have told, like, you would have found that all the frost giants are there from that camp, and you would have connected the dots, and then you put in front of the Frost King. So, yeah.
So I vote, after we're done here, we go back and we fucking take that chest.
In the old camp?
Yeah.
Yeah?
They don't need it anymore.
Fair.
We're gonna get back to the keep with the Jarl. You could just tell him to send some folks to get it, since no one's gonna be there either, or should be. So, you know, there's ways to do it. But yeah, that's all I have. It was a fun session for me, trying to keep you guys engaged and giving you very
Yes.
off the cuff things. So that's why I like doing yesterday and I like doing today. Just to be like, it's not going to be normal. It's going to get weird. Prepare for weird. And that's what we're here for. We're here to have a weird and a fun time. But with that, that's all I got. We're going to go and get ourselves up out of here. Thank you all for being here with us on this journey through the current episode of the Siege of Etheria. We have the next episode of Beyond Etheria Ashes and Siege of Etheria next week for Friday and Saturday at the same time that you came to see these. We're going to see how they go and how fun they get. The last one for yesterday was a doozy, so we'll see how the party recovers, and the same thing with this one. So with that, of course, make sure, if you haven't followed yet, follow our dear friends here that are here to play, with Mr. Stealthrage7 playing Finrod, Rexus playing Kovral, Thirsty Pandy playing Mandy, It's Time to Rage playing Rage, and of course, a Salty Viking 1, to be specific, playing Tovar. If you haven't followed them yet, do so, and we'll see all of you next week. FBI, open up! So, say goodbye, everybody.
Make me.
Bye.
Bye.